ticking down?
It's ticking down.
Okay. This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called to order on Wednesday, February 3rd, 2016, at 4:03 p.m. Ms. Osbury, are you doing the...
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Tonight, yes.
Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Member Rummel?
Present.
Rummel present. Member Eldon?
Here.
Eldon present. Member Wolf? Wolf absent. Member Pilpel?
Present. Oh, Member Copra?
Member Copra? Copra absent. Member Pilpel?
Present.
Pilpel present. Member Haynes?
Present.
Haynes present. Member Fisher? Fisher is absent. Member Hines?
Present.
Hines present. Member Vice Chair Highland?
Present.
Highland present. And Chair Washburn.
Present.
We have a
Is your mic
quorum.
not working? Is his mic on?
It's working.
Okay, all right, cool.
You have a quorum.
I don't believe there are any agenda changes that I can see.
No, there are no.
So
agenda
nobody,
changes.
okay, nobody requested anything. Okay. Ms. Osbury, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Yes. Number 2 is a file 14030, amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaint procedures.
All right. Last time we spent, I don't know, about 45 minutes discussing the proposed changes. We worked our way methodically through, I believe it was up to Part C. Is that correct, Mr. Young? Do you recall? Or does anybody recall that it was, we didn't get all that far, but we were deliberate and thorough.
It does look like we reached Part C, C1. You'll see some of our markups on today's packet.
Okay. We have a very full agenda today, and I want us to make progress on this, but we could well spend a couple of hours on this alone at this early hour. I'm proposing half an hour, 45 minutes at most, and see how far we get. I'd also like to say that you were sent this morning, and you have hard copies now, of a memo from Patrick Monette Shaw. I've had a chance to look at it. He does speak to one item that relates to material we went over last time. I thought it was of note. So I just wanted to point that out before we get started on C, see what the rest of you think. His comment is regarding, and this is on page 2 of the packet, package page 3, page 2 of the draft. And it's regarding B5. And which reads that the chair or an assigned representative may combine similar complaints, assign hearing dates, reassign complaints to and from committee to manage the workload. This is one place where Mr. Monette Shaw believes we should specify that a complainant can request that his or her complaint go to the full task force rather than to a committee, to a complaint committee. And he included correspondence from DCA 3 to this effect, that that's the complainant's prerogative or right to do that. So Mr. Monette Shaw is stating this would be a place to put that in. writing. Mr. DC3.
Through the chair to the task force, I just want to clarify, you can take a look at the email that Mr. Manette Shaw is referring to. And that advice arose in a situation where the administrator was seeking to mediate a complaint to avoid a hearing on it. The complainant said they wanted a hearing regardless of what happened. So it's a slightly different situation than whether the task force chair or their designee has the discretion to combine complaints into a hearing. Even if the task force chair or their designee did combine the complaints, there would still be a hearing on those complaints.
Okay, I guess what he was, right, no, I see the distinction. And that actually came up before our existing practice of hearing matters before the complaint committee. So I guess there's several things. So there's the matter of, do we, first of all, do we combine complaints, which is something we do. And the other is, I think what he's asking, if the complainant says, no, I don't want my complaint to go to a complaint committee, I want it to be heard before the full task force, is that, I think it's our practice to permit that in most situations. I mean, we have...
We haven't tested that point at this time, but in the past, the committee meetings were not to hear the complaint, they were just to mediate the matter. However, now the committees are actually hearing the complaints and making recommendations to the full task force. I believe this would be at the discretion of the task force to set their own policy.
Sure.
Well, so this is something we could do now. That's what's before us. Member Pilpel?
Thank you. So I agree with Deputy City Attorney Threet's comment that I think it was about whether or not they can have a hearing at all rather than just
right.
mediating it. In terms of combining complaints, and maybe we could rewrite that item 5 to be a little more clear. Actually, I think it is clear. Combine similar complaints. So if a single complainant is going from the same, nucleus of operative facts, saying that both the health department, the police department, and the sheriff's department had some issue, which, we've seen, for example. I think that allows us to combine them into a single hearing because it was from those same facts, and whether or not we find a violation as to any or all of those 3 departments, it's the same basic complaint. Or in the same way, if someone wants to file a complaint against, the Arts Commission alleging 3 separate public records violations, we could combine those into one complaint with 3 different components. I think that still allows the complainant to have a hearing, whether it's before a committee or before the full task force. And I think it's important that any recommendation from a committee, is still subject to our final approval. And if we don't approve it, then we schedule it for a de novo hearing before the task force. And we've done both of those, and I think we will continue to do that as we exercise our judgment.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you've said. I think that the point here is that yes, we have the discretion to combine similar complaints. We do that. And we want to be able to manage our workload. This would be an instance of a complainant saying, I don't want my matter to be heard at a committee that has 3 members. I want it to go to the full task force. Are we going to support that? Do we think this is an important prerogative of the complainant? Members?
Then just very briefly, I would say that if we schedule something for a complaint committee, any of the committees, if a complainant goes to the committee and says, this is really important, I don't want just the 3 of you to hear it, I think you should forward this to the full task force for a full hearing, they can make that argument at the committee, and there are instances where the committee has done exactly that. So I think we shouldn't allow the complainant to just automatically request a hearing, I think they should make that argument. And if it's a winning argument, then we'll do that.
Okay, there's the timeliness thing. I'm trying to just think this through. So, and particularly in the case of a public records request, and the person hasn't gotten their records, and so it's scheduled before a complaint committee, and then the individual decides, no, I don't want it before so few people, then that just pushes the matter forward, as much as, at least a month. So that's what I'm thinking about.
Through the chair, the complaint committee, the current practice is when the complaint committee hears an item, it makes a recommendation to the task force. The ultimate decision on that recommendation is then made by the task force. So there's actually not a decision on the complaint until it comes to the task force in any event. So the delay is the delay. I mean, if it goes to the complaint committee and then is referred to the task force, whether the complaint committee hears it or simply refers it for the task force to hear it, the decision is not going to be made till the full task force meeting.
I agree. I'm just arguing the point that if someone believes there's some urgency in getting the records, having to go, it's a two-part issue, and so I think I can see there are circumstances where it might, and I think that's the way we operate, really, and I think. I don't know. Mr. Young, are there times when...
This time it's at the discretion of the chair on where to assign items, whether it goes to the task force or to the committees. If they want to make a request to be assigned directly to a full task force meeting, it'll be at the discretion of the chair.
And that's done. That's our practice. I'm just wondering if it should... I'm just bringing up something that I thought was an interesting issue. Mr. Highland, or Member Highland, Vice Chair Highland, rather.
Thank you. And sometimes it might be to the benefit of a complainant because they might be able to get on the complaint committee that much more quickly than getting in line, I hate to admit it, to get onto the full task force anyway. So their issue may have come up, may at least been voiced that much more quickly. I think a lot of it is also, sometimes the complexity of the case may deem it to go straight to the full task force, and sometimes not. And again, that falls under the discretion. I think we've done that fairly well. I think, the complainants always have the option of requesting at the complaint committee that they would like a wider audience on this, and I think on the whole we've respected that.
Or even before that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we move on then? I'm not hearing anybody wanting to add language to this part, to this effect. Mr. Manette-Shaw isn't here to weigh in on it, but maybe somebody else will. Member Pilpil?
I'm not sure that we need language, but I think just like a request for accommodation, if someone communicates to the administrator that this was based on an immediate disclosure request, that there is a timeliness or urgency issue, I suspect that they'll communicate that to the chair and it may get bumped up in priority. I mean, if we bump up everybody, then there's no priority, but if they, express an urgency, I suspect we'll attempt to address that as quickly as possible.
No, I think that in reality, that's how it works.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on then to Part C, the public hearing procedure. I have a few typos, but for this section and for the rest, but very minor stuff. Members,
You have, for example, line 34 assigned to either the SOTF or a committee? Mm-hmm. Okay. On line 48, the reference to the city attorney memo, is it actually an instructional letter? Perhaps memorandum is a better description.
Agreed.
I agree. Yeah, I was a little puzzled by that because I think of
A summary memorandum might
Yeah,
be better.
the memorandum, or whatever.
Or just a memorandum.
If we're supposed to get an instructional letter, I'm waiting to get one.
If we're just to give an instructional letter, what are we doing here ourselves?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay.
Well, actually, what we call it in our packet is the Deputy City Attorney's Memorandum. So let's call it that.
Okay.
So if we could reflect that change. So are we moving on to page 4?
Not to be nitpicky, but line 49, all members of the SOTF are responsible for being familiar with the items on the agenda prior to the meeting. That might be a little cleaner.
Well, I think, except that we're talking about the hearing, we're talking about the hearing.
On a complaint.
So, on complaints. So,
Right.
I think complaint issues is more specific. Looking at item 4, we had this discussion when Rick Nee was here about accommodations can be made, and he thought we should be specific about what kinds of accommodations were possible, and there was some discussion about giving some examples.
Through the chair, could I back up a second?
Right.
Before that, I'm having a problem with the sentence above it. Shall conduct the public hearing with the complainant and respondent present. That doesn't always happen. And sometimes the respondent is not required to show up. Or rather, the complainant is not required to show up, as in the case of Mr. His name's slipping my memory. In other words, he's made his case, and but it sounds like if we don't do that, then we've kind of failed our charter. I mean, that's how it's reading very strictly there.
And that if we didn't do that, if they weren't here, we couldn't have a hearing.
Right. That's kind of how I'm.
Right.
I mean,
Maybe just inserting normally at the beginning?
yeah, something. The SOTF will try to conduct a public hearing with the complainant respondent present, and then go into the accommodations. It just reads very strictly.
Right. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, so if we could have it reflect the reality of what we do. And something like in most cases, the SOTF will conduct a public hearing where in most cases, or something to that effect, both the complainant and respondent are present.
That's why I
Remember,
suggested
Rommel, can you help us out here?
Well, I think the next sentence deals with the fact that the first sentence is not absolute. It starts, however, accommodations can be made, and the accommodations are to the conducting of a public hearing with the complainant or the respondent not present. So, I think there's the flexibility that we want there, and actually to address Rick's point from the last meeting, I actually like keeping it somewhat vague because that gives us greater flexibility to determine on a case-by-case basis what accommodations should be made.
Okay. So, Vice Chair Hyland, do you agree
I'm
with?
fine. I'm
Okay.
fine.
All right.
We can always revisit that.
Yeah, this is not set in concrete. We're trying to get through it for now. Undoubtedly, future
I'd like to talk
bodies
about,
will revisit it.
I'd like to talk about the next section, item 5.
Okay, number 5.
There are instances where the relevant documents exceed 25 pages, and we should get those. There are also many instances where there's duplicative stuff or stuff that's marginally relevant at best that gets included in the packet. So I'm not sure if this is the place, but maybe it is, to give some direction to the administrator to send us the stuff that's important and not the stuff that isn't, and particularly not the stuff that's duplicative. Because, it's like reams and reams of stuff. Sometimes it's in there 3 times. It's like incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, through the chair, just curious where that number 25 come from, because in most cases it's more than 25 each one.
That was the standard from the Board of Supervisors.
It was, okay. Okay, good to know.
Why don't we say, though, that given that a lot of us receive material and it's posted in electronic form, and given how really difficult it is when you have email strings to start, trying to carve it up so there's not a lot of duplication, which is pretty tedious and time-consuming and impossible.
It's less that, it's more underlying documents, or sometimes attachments or memos or whatnot, less so the email.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I think we said earlier on in B2 that we're looking for supporting documentation, copy of the request to the department and their response. That's important. That's really important. If it's a meeting-related thing, I'm looking for the agenda and minutes, if there were minutes, and, the attachment, if that's relevant. I mean, it's kind of like what is sort of relevant for our determination rather than, stuff that's tangentially related.
Okay.
It's often less the underlying document from the department and more their cover letter with the date and how they responded than, the 300 pages of attachments that they found or didn't find.
Okay, so is there really a problem after all with this?
Maybe not. Never mind.
It does say relevant documents in the first
Yeah.
line. We could say the complaint may be forwarded without its full exhibits if we want to allow some leeway.
That sounds correct, because we do use our discretion on whether or not to exclude any documents.
Right, so may, yeah.
I mean, maybe as things come up, if there's too much or too little, we'll make that known and things will get better over time. I don't think it's a huge problem. It's just
No.
on a case-by-case basis.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Moving on to 6A, are we at that point?
Yeah, let's move on to 6. 6
Okay.
is a big one.
Just on 6A, just that first sentence, I think just to keep it consistent with what we said before, I think it should read something along the lines of the SOTF, Deputy City Attorney assigned to the SOTF shall provide a memorandum addressing jurisdiction and a review of the complaint, period. And that keeps that memorandum language continuing and a little bit cleaner than what we have there.
I like that. Did you get that, Mr. Young? Yeah.
Or actually, is that something that we could just move into C3 rather than a separate reference here? Because I think if it's, whether or not it's going to a committee, I think the city attorney memo should indicate whether, in their opinion, we have jurisdiction.
No, I think this number 6, this is something new we're doing.
Okay.
And this is about the process of this. This has not been without controversy. I think it needs to be,
Fleshed out.
it needs to be specific, and it needs to, reflect what we do, and it should almost stand alone.
I get that. I guess I could rephrase. Does this suggest somehow that the city attorney memo to the task force, if a complaint is not going to a committee, would not include this information?
No, I don't think, no.
I think.
All right.
I don't think I would think that.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that this only applies to the complaint committee.
Well, that's what it says.
Conduct a hearing.
Right. But if it goes to the full committee,
right.
the full task force, the memoranda would still be, yeah.
All right.
Through the chair, moving on to 6C. I think, again, we should, as DCA 3 noted earlier on, we are only recommending to the full committee. There's too many action verbs in there of what we do, finding violations and whatnot. So I think it should start off by saying the complaint committee shall conduct a hearing. That's another issue. Are we conducting a hearing, or is this a pre-hearing? Anyway, getting past that, focus the issue to,
Yeah, I think that's got old language.
yeah, we have to clean it up a little bit and recommend to the SOTF to hold a full SOTF meeting on the merits of the complaint. We could put in de novo there as well. I notice it goes from 1 to 3 to 3, so I have to correct that. That's a typo. Recommend violations of Sunshine Ordinance to the full committee. Recommend that no violations occurred to the full committee. I think just make it clear that that's what it's doing and that there aren't any decisions being made at this committee level.
So put recommend in there
Yeah,
all the way
just
through.
keep that consistent, yeah, I think.
Okay.
I guess I actually think about it as recommend a violation, recommend no violation, or recommend a de novo hearing.
Yeah, I like that. Just those are our functions. Of
Yeah. And this language about focus the issues, that's old Sukathan complaint committee stuff.
I think we can skip all that. I don't think,
Yeah.
it's always that's what takes place.
Right.
But the complaint committee's function is to 1, 2,
It's
3.
different now, yes.
Yeah, just keep it very clean.
Okay, so strike,
Conduct a hearing and recommend either.
Or just
One,
the complaint committee's function is to recommend a
well,
full.
but the complaint committee does hold a hearing, though.
Okay.
We don't want to leave that part
Hold a
out.
hearing and recommend 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I like that. And you can say hold a hearing with the complainant and respondent, just to imply that they need to be there.
Okay.
Through the chair. Victor, you're going to pull this off the tape, right? You don't need it? Okay. Good.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland.
That's always a thing, in case he needs to repeat.
I have a comment here from Rick Nee that I put 3 stars beside, so I thought it was important at the time. And this is regarding 6E. Wondering whether, again, it's the timing issue that came up earlier, that he believes this provision might violate the 45-day rule. The SOTF chair should schedule the hearing for the time the task force decides whether one should take place, and the parties in interest should receive notification to that effect. So,
I believe the main reason we did this was that we didn't want to force the parties to appear twice if they're agreeing with the recommendations.
Right.
It was a compromise that we came to prevent that.
okay. Member Pilpel?
6D gives the administrator the responsibility to summarize the recommendation and doesn't say or suggest anything about the committee chair or the maker of the motion.
The committee chair is the one responsible for the recommendation. The committee chair reviews the draft.
It has been my practice to send the recommendations to the chair. However, there's usually not enough time for a response to be provided, or there is no response provided regarding the recommendation.
Okay, but I think ideally that it should be.
The administrator can prepare, but ultimately I think it's the committee
We'll
chair.
prepare the recommendation.
But it's really the committee chair that signs off.
Right.
And through the chair, also, that would be part of the minutes that they would also approve, if you like. It would be captured in that.
Right, but this usually occurs before the minutes are approved.
Right.
Right. So I think let's.
Doesn't this happen during the hearing, though? They said, okay, we're in agreement, and then we have a motion on what we're going to
Right, but
recommend.
somebody has to write it up, and the question of how it gets written up and who signs off on the write-up.
I think shall prepare, subject to approval by the chair.
Right,
is
right.
probably correct language.
No, yeah, just as we do for the regular
Right.
order of the ultimate order of determination.
So you would like me to get the committee chair's approval prior to finalizing recommendations from the committee?
Yeah, have the committee chair review.
Yes.
They don't need a lot of time, maybe a day or
Right,
two.
I mean, yeah.
Could be at the end of the committee or.
And you may have to nag the committee chair, which is
Task Force
Fine with me.
Administrator/NAG.
Okay.
On 6E, E2 suggests scheduling the hearing. It could be read to mean actually scheduling it on a future date. Maybe if it's rewritten to say either accept the recommendation or reject the recommendation and arrange for a hearing to be held at the task force on a future date.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland.
When we get the complaint committee's recommendations, don't we act on them then and there? In other words,
Yeah.
we listen to it, we get a summary, we accept the recommendation, we discuss it more, we reject the recommendation, we propose a motion, do not propose a motion. So I think it's fully dealt with at that point, right?
Yeah. I'm just suggesting
and
that's
we
more
say-
clearly
yeah.
accept or reject.
Yeah, accept or reject, yeah. And then the chair we can always, postpone or continue to the call of the chair, as with any item. So that doesn't need to be stated about how it's in the future. That's
Well, but sometimes, we have the three possibilities: accepting the recommendation, rejecting the recommendation, or hearing a matter de novo or for the first time because there was no recommendation from the
I think we get in trouble there
committee.
just because unless we've made it clear that we're going to hear it de novo, the complainant may not have prepared for that.
I believe that's correct. If the committee wishes the full task force to have a de novo hearing, they make that recommendation at the committee level, and I schedule it as a normal item on this SOTF agenda.
However, the chair could, we could continue to the call of the chair to put on a future agenda to hear it de novo. You could do that.
Right.
If we think that it should be a de novo hearing, despite what the committee recommended, right? We have that option.
Right. If we reject what the
Right.
committee said.
So again, I think it would read better as accept or reject.
Agreed. Because in the reject might be a de novo hearing.
Right. What flows from reject
Could be.
is likely a hearing.
Fair.
If there are no other items with Section 6, a half hour has passed. If you would like to take public comment and
Yeah, I think let's do that. I think probably one more hearing we'll be able to get through the rest of it.
I don't know.
You're looking skeptical, but we can try. All right. At this time, is there any public comment
I'm
on?
sorry, Chair. Would you like to make a motion to continue it then to the next
Yeah,
meeting?
I'll move to amend. What do they have in the notes? 1 second. Amend the complaint procedures as we've discussed and continue the matter to the call of the chair.
Second.
Okay. This time, is there any public comment?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And I'd like to again point out that there are 7 members, which means a complainant has to get a supermajority in order to win here, and the attendance here is again lacking. Just simply aiming for a quorum is not appropriate. As far as the item on the agenda, the time of the meeting is not the time to make changes of combining complaints. You have plenty of time between the time the complaints are filed. If someone wants to then combine complaints, it is only reasonable and fair to give the person who is filing the complaint the ability to modify their presentation, change their modus operandi, or whatever you want to call it. But starting 2 minutes before they're ready to do their presentation and saying, oh, we're going to take your 4 complaints and we're going to put them all together at one time. I have really tried to think of any reasonable reason for doing that at the time of the hearing, and I cannot think of a single one. And I can only see it as one that would undermine the ability of the complainant to file the case. And complainants coming before this body are under enough pressure to present their case, to learn the methods and ins and outs of the task force, et cetera, that they don't need to have this kind of a thing thrown on them at the last minute. Now, as far as the packet that goes to you, I don't know what you receive, how you receive it, but I'm very disconcerted by the fact that when I submit documents to the task force in regard to one of my complaints, I do so to keep it to a minimum. But then I also rely on the fact that you all get those and review them, because those are the facts and evidence in the case. And if you look at the Good Government Guide, it says in there that any quasi-judicial body has to give the appearance of being fair. And if you were arbitrarily going to say to the clerk, thank you, went blank there, getting senile, that he can simply decide what's important for you to see and what's not important for you to see, that puts the respondent at a disadvantage, because there may be documents that I'm relying upon that you have read. They're longer than I can take in my 5 minutes to explain them to you, but now I'm finding out that none of you ever saw them because Mr. Young decided it wasn't important. Very frankly, if you want to cut it down, send it to the respondent, or send it to the complainant and ask them to cut it down. But if they send you 50 pages, 50 pages needs to go to you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I just want to call your attention to a San Francisco Chronicle article that took place over the weekend.
Excuse me, this is not general public comment. This is on the complaint procedures. Okay, thank you. Is there additional public comment on the complaint procedures?
Yes, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I think you should follow Robert's rules and discuss the agenda prior to anything new business that you take up, simply because that's what Roberts says. You're supposed to believe, I believe you're supposed to be following Roberts, and there might be greater clarity about what you did the last time. Your minutes basically say nothing specific about what happened last time or where you might be starting this time. I unfortunately wasn't able to come at the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know where you started, I don't know where you ended the last time, and I don't know, other than the discussion of item 6, A, B, C, D, E, and F, plus the top of the page, where you are or what you have remaining. I think you need to have a lot of clarity about the specifics of what you think is a good idea and so on. As I said in a letter last month to you, and would reiterate this time, I think these changes are an abomination. Your vice chair commented on the tone of the letter. I thought the tone was actually quite generous. I assumed that there was integrity and a concern amongst the members to act in accordance with the law and in accordance with the public interest. And I was saying that what was written was in many cases toxic to fairness and justice. There is a range of problems if we want to get to specifics. For example, you discussed 25 pages. That's always been an annoyance to me, because it makes it sound as though if the respondent puts 25 pages in, then nothing that I have to say or library users has to say is going to get into the agenda packet because they've jammed it full with 25 pages. Or 26 pages, exceeding it. So there's no clarity there about how that's going to work. It's got to be clarity as to what each party may provide. That's just one example of the sloppiness of the writing here and the way that you're proceeding with it. Item 6 on page 3 talks about what the deputy city attorney will do if the complaint is assigned to complaint committee. Well, it's my understanding he always prepares a letter, which is always provided, and that would be particularly true if you go ahead with what I think is a bad idea and go ahead with assigning things to any committee. Last time I did say that this hadn't been to subcommittees, and I got that from the replacement for Mr. Young, who I requested this information of the day before. So I'm sorry I was wrong, but I was given wrong information by his substitute, Ms. Ausberry. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the work we've done on the complaint procedures today?
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland?
If I could comment real quick on Mr. Hartz's comments. I think they're very well taken. I think one of the things we're trying to do is if the chair or the acting chair intends to combine items in the future, we're trying to give more notice about that to both the respondent and the complainant so that they can prepare accordingly. And Mr. Young, if you could make sure to pass it on to Ms. Osbury, that if that's something that's going to happen, it needs to be on the agenda. Words to the effect of, the chair is considering, recommending, whatever it is, to combine items X, Y, and Z, or 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. That's something that, out of our 3 years of practice of catching up on our backlog, we need to notice that more effectively, and I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Hartz.
Well, I'm wondering then if we need to have, looking back to the top of page 3, it would be B5, I guess, where the SOTF chair or her assigned representative may combine similar complaints. Maybe there should be a sentence about when complaints are combined, something about it, at least.
Try to notice it on the agenda.
Pardon me?
Sorry to interrupt. Try to notice it on the agenda.
Right, that this will be noticed on the agenda and on the correspondence that goes to the parties, that their item will be on the agenda, which even goes out before the agenda is posted, I believe. So I think there should be some way to...
We'll draft a note and place it in.
Right,
for your
okay.
review at the next meeting.
Right, okay.
And we'll need to be clear that it's not combining files, it's hearing similar matters together. It's different from combining files.
Yes.
Right, the files will be separate, but they'll be heard together.
More on that next time.
All right.
Further public comment?
Is there any further public comment? Okay, we're slowly making progress.
On the motion?
Motion to continue?
Oh, yes. Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll?
On the motion to continue and accept the amendment stated, Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hines?
Aye.
Hines, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. And Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Motion passes. At this call the roll, Wolf is absent, and also Member Fisher.
And Member Copra. And Member Copra.
And Copra.
Always. We only have 10.
Let me call the...
Would you call the next item on the agenda?
Sure. The next item, item number 3, is a complaint filed by Sean Carl Mooney against the Office of Assessor Recorder for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.29, for failure to provide an index of records.
Madam Chair, I'd like to provide a brief summary of this matter.
Yes, if you would.
This item was heard at committee level. This was regarding the index of records. The committee decided to keep it at their level in anticipation of an update from the Assessor Recorder's Office. However, the complainant, Mr. Mooney, requested that this be forwarded to the full task force for the completion of the hearing. This has been pending for several months.
All right, so it was originally heard over a year ago at committee, right? Was it 2014 or 2015, November 11th, 2014?
14.
It's a 2014 complaint.
Okay, 24, right, yeah, I can see by the number. Okay, and then it was referred to EOTC, where was it heard in EOTC? Okay. So now the full task force is going to conduct.
I believe that the issue at hand is that there was an index of records that was not online. However, part of the problem was the city administrator was revamping their website and they couldn't place it online. And the other part was the assessor recorder had not yet, at the time, did not have an index of record. However, they did provide one to the city administrator to place online. And I believe you should get an update from the parties. Maybe we can start with the Assessor Recorder's Office to see what the status of that update, to get an update on the index of records being online.
Well,
Excuse me, member.
actually, I'm just thinking, we heard this in committee. It's been so long, I forget what we did other than continue it. Should we maybe just hold a regular hearing on the thing and start with the complainant?
I'm thinking we should. I mean, there is likely a violation here, so I think we need to hear it. So the complainant and the respondents, both here?
And we've got,
Okay.
we've got the complaint form. We've got some stuff from the assessor recorder from a while ago. I'm not sure that I'm seeing anything new from the assessor recorder in writing. It would have been nice to, but if there isn't anything, then maybe we'll hear further from them.
Okay, let's go ahead. Then, first of all, we have to determine whether jurisdiction has been determined already at the
We should do it again just to be sure.
Okay, all right. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
Go for it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. Okay, at this time, Mr. Mooney, you have 5 minutes. We'll hear from you to bring us all up to date. We have the packet, but just bring us up to date on the specific index of records. I know there are other matters, but...
Okay, I have 3 complaints regarding 3 different types of public records. So I'm just trying to get clarity. Are we only talking about index right now?
Yes, this is specifically about the index of records.
And then we'll go second to the other.
Yes, but this is just the index of records.
So I have 5 minutes on each.
Yes. Well, we're going to just talk about this. We'll do this complete hearing, and then we'll do the next one.
Well, as far as the index of records, I can do my time in 10 seconds. There's been no progress at all on getting the index records. I've been requesting index records for 2 years. You can't accurately ask for a public record if you don't know what exists. And I've been frustrated by the assessor's unwillingness to afford me the ability to request documents without an index. And that's been going on for 2 years. And there has not been any change at all. Ironically, when this first came to the committee, the assessor's response was, well, we'll get it to you in 6 months. Well, it's now been a year past the 6 months, and still no index records.
Okay. Anything further?
Well, on the index, no. I mean, what can you say? There's none. There
Okay.
isn't.
All right. At this time, is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Mr. Mooney? Okay. Seeing none, no. I'd like to hear from the assessor's office.
Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. Mooney, you can be seated.
Good evening. My name is Edward McCaffrey. I work for the Office of the Assessor Recorder. I am the main contact individual for the Office for all public records act requests. I would like to just kind of make it clear that in September of 2015, our office made available to Mr. Mooney our index to records, our records retention and destruction schedule, as well as our description of records. On November 15th, 2015, as in a couple months ago, our index to records was published to the City Administrator's website, which can be found by visiting the City Administrator's website. And it was approved by the City Administrator. It was approved by our office, along with a number of other departments within the City and County of San Francisco. But let me just take a step back, because I understand that there's a little bit of a confusion around this item being open in 2014, and there being a number of things that have transpired since. So let me just walk us through a little bit of a timeline. In October 7th, 2014, our office reported via letter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and to Mr. Mooney that we were working to compile our records retention, our index to records, but awaiting directions from the City Administrator, meaning they hadn't updated their website, as Mr. Young has mentioned before. In November, on November 10th, 2014, our office appeared in front of the Sunshine Task Force to provide an update on our work. Mr. Mooney was not present that day, but again, we stated that we were waiting for the direction from the City Administrator. On June 30th of 2015, the City Administrator informed the office, the Assessor Recorder's office, our office, of specific instructions on how to provide our index to records publicly on their website. And on September 9th of 2015, Mr. Mooney emailed our office stating that he intends to reopen the complaint, which is what we have in front of us today. 2 days later, on September 11th, 2015, our office replied by saying that we are working on both complaints, in particular the index to records. And on September 14th, 2015, our office sent the records retention, the destruction schedule, and our index to records to Mr. Mooney. And again, on October 2nd, 2015, our office wrote to the Sunshine Task Force to bring to their attention that our office had communicated to Mr. Mooney the requested documents explaining the reason for the delay. And in addition, we included those documents with the communication.
What was that last date? Sorry, what was the last date?
October the 2nd of 2015.
Okay.
And again, on November 15th, 2015, the Office of the Assessor Recorder published the index of records to the City Administrator's website. As explained via the timeline, our office was responsive, not only to Mr. Mooney, but also to the Sunshine Task Force, in being transparent of our progress and the reasons for the delay, which was due not necessarily to our office, but to other forces. And at this point, we have done everything that we see to be compliant with the rules and regulations that the City Administrator's Office requires regarding the index to records, which can be found on their website. And the exact URL is index.sfgov.org/home/. Thank you.
Sorry, could you read that one more time?
No problem. Index.sfgov.org/home/. Or another option is to type into Google City Administrator Index to Records, and we are under Office of Assessor Recorder.
Anyone in support?
Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter's with the task force for questions.
I just have two.
Member Pilpel.
So one, I think the assessor addressed, and I'll ask Victor Andrea, the October of 2015 communication from the assessor's office is not in our packet. Help me with that. That would have been great to have read.
I can't make a determination at this time. If it's not in the packet, I will.
Okay. Mr.
attempt to-
McCaffrey, do you happen to have a copy with you?
I do not have a copy, but I'd be happy to forward it to you
Okay.
at a later date, as soon as we're done.
As soon as possible.
Excellent.
And if we can find it either way, it should be in the file because that would have been helpful info. And Mr. McCaffrey, don't go too far. Okay, so it took some time to work through on your end and working through others, city administrator, DT, all of that, but it's now there and available. You've communicated that to Mr. Mooney. Okay.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Tell me why we shouldn't find a violation in that your office didn't have that available at the time Mr. Mooney made his request.
So if I understand what you're asking is there was a violation at the time of the request, which was in 2014.
That's what I'm thinking. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you are correct.
Okay.
The reason why it wasn't published is because, again, the city administrator was not allowing us to, at the time, publish it.
Fair enough. Were you able to figure out, going back in time, why between to 1999, 2000, when the requirement went into effect, and now why your office just didn't end up on the citywide thing?
There is no historical track record that we have been able to obtain to understand why, prior to when our Index of Records was published most recently, why it wasn't there in the past.
Okay, and you checked with relevant people in your office, Joan Lubomirsky, Joe Lerner, somebody?
Correct. So worked
And they couldn't
internally.
figure it out.
Again, there have been multiple assessors through this period of time through 2000, but as for working through the city administrator's website, office with Joan, no clear indication on why there was nothing published in the past.
Zune couldn't remember? Nobody?
No.
Okay. And so what you did was go through and adopt a new record retention policy and schedule with everybody sign off. That took time, and now you've got that posted. So
That is correct.
It's done, but at the time Mr. Mooney requested it, it wasn't available. So there probably is a violation for us to find.
Okay,
But it's been fixed.
That is correct.
well,
I'd like to hear from Mr. Mooney as well.
I have a question for Mr. McCaffrey and for anybody who wants to answer it. This has been a requirement in the ordinance for over a decade. We've had the police department come before us years ago, and same issue. We worked with them. They have an index of records, but you can access it through their website. And today, when I was reading over this case, I went to the assessor's website, which is very snazzy and interactive and beautiful. And I could find all kinds of things there, but I couldn't find an index of records. I searched for it, the search terms. I tried different terms, pulled down the menus, looked all over for it. I thought, what's really here? And so I never thought to look at the city administrator's website. There was nothing telling me if I wanted this. So it seems like it's kind of buried where nobody's going to find it unless they really know the intricacies of the ordinance. So this is me ranting with a question to the members, to whomever.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I agree. I mean, that website you gave us is a city website, but I don't see a link to that. I don't see your own link on your page. So you don't have an index of records on your website. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So maybe the fix there is to ask Mr. McCaffrey. I assume, I haven't looked at the assessor's website recently. Is there a section there where it says contact us or public records request that's got info on how someone can submit a public records request to you? Is that
There
on
is
there?
an information page of contact us. There is.
And is there a thing on public records requests there?
There is not a public records act request form or anything along those lines for people to submit.
But you could add a thing saying if you have a request for public records, direct them to you or a general email, something. And under that, you can say if you're interested in the office's record retention policy and schedule, click on this link, and it can bring you to the city administrator's website, specifically to the assessor recorder section there. Yeah.
That is a possibility of what you're suggesting.
And I think folks on this side would love that. Mm-hmm. Can I also ask Mr. Mooney, did you finally get the index that you were late as it was?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, this is also important.
But I think the point that you're missing is let's just assume that there is one. It's not functional. That means that with the assessor's office, almost, I'd say 80%, even 90% of all their documents are confidential. It doesn't articulate which ones are public records and which ones aren't public records. And with that said, it's useless to the public because
They're all public records.
No.
They're not all subject to disclosure, maybe.
Right.
But they're all public records.
Well, what's the difference? If I'm asking for a public record and it's confidential, I can't get it. I mean, it's a catch-22.
Well, if you can't get it, first of all, the assumption is everything's a public record. And if the assessor's office will not disclose it to you, then they have to give you, very specifically say why they can't.
Okay,
that's the way it works.
I wish I knew this was going to be more of a subject today, because what I would have liked to done is ask Mr. McCaffrey to give him like 3 questions. Okay, like for instance, the tax revenue 615 calls for the assessor to provide an index of tax rolls, because there's all kinds of different tax rolls.
Yes.
If you go on that index right now, I guarantee you won't find an index of tax rolls. Well, how am I supposed to know what tax rolls are available to me if there's no index? And that issue is going to come up when we get to the next subject. We're going to be talking about tax rolls. And I've been frustrated that I cannot get the documents I want because there's no index for me to draw from.
Okay, so we'll get to the other matters later. At this time, members, do you have any further questions of either party?
Not really. I'm thinking that what we do is suggest a violation of 67.29. If that carries, then I think we refer this back to committee, ask that the assessor provide the memo that we didn't see, provide the record retention and destruction policy and schedule, and then we would talk at the committee about that schedule and whether it's specific enough to identify the kind of records that Mr. Mooney is looking for, but at least there is something that now exists, and there wasn't at the time the request was made, so I'm thinking that there was a violation, and we can sort this out further at the committee. But if I'm wrong, then, we'll do something else.
Member Romold?
Did we already find a violation?
No.
Not as to this.
Not about the failure to have an index?
Right. What we did was suspend it for 6 months and ask them to do it.
Okay.
May I
Vice Chair
offer,
Hyla, excuse me, just a minute.
And through the chair, I think I also heard that he is claiming that Mr. Mooney is saying he is yet to receive any index to records, even though...
I think you said that you did get it, but it just isn't specific enough for you.
The only way you can compare what is specific enough is to compare it to something. And what I would suggest that you compare it to is the Board of Equalization is very similar to the assessor's office. And the Board of Equalization has an index of public records. It is nowhere near the index that Mr. McCaffrey's talking about. The Board of Equalization has a great index of records that should be used as a model for what the assessor should be using.
Okay, DCA 3?
Through the chair, I just would direct the task force back to the section of the ordinance that deals with the index of records, and the language there describes the level of specificity required by an index of records, and also generally places the responsibility for creating and maintaining and posting that index of record upon the city administrator with the cooperation of the department.
Okay.
If I may, or...
And then Mr. Actually, I want to give the members a chance to ask more questions. Okay, now at this time, you have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal.
Okay.
Or further facts and evidence.
Sure. So one, I think the item that we're talking about today, which was just outlined moments ago, is whether an index of records was published, and it has been. And not only that, but within the last 2 to 3 years, we've been very responsive, not only to Mr. Mooney, but also to the Sunshine Task Force, making sure that our office is in compliance with the City and County of San Francisco's rules and regulations, and that is by providing an index of records in a public format. And I think for the purpose of what we are required to do and what we need to do, the City Administrator's Office has signed off on that. Whether they are specific enough for certain individuals, again, that is open to interpretation. But I think for what we have done, we've been asked to do something by the City Administrator's Office. We have succeeded in doing so. And again, I'm sure there are ways it can be improved, like as in linking to our website, which I think would be very happy to do so that we'd make it easier for taxpayers to identify where the index of records is, and so that they can use it as needed. But for the purposes of what we're talking about today, and that is getting an index of records published to make it available, we feel in our office that we've done so, and we've completed that requirement.
Thank you. Mr. Mooney, you now have 3 minutes.
Again, I'd like to reiterate the fact that the most important part of that that index is establishing what is public, what is available. That's the whole point, is for me to go to an index, just try to scroll down the index and see what it is that's available and what is available that is a public record. It does me no good to ask for records that are not public. In other words, the assessor's office is much different than all the other departments where the majority of the documents are confidential. They might list it that they have it, but it does me no good if I can't request it. That's all I have on the index.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, Member Pilpel.
To find a violation of 67.29 for failure of the Assessor Recorder's Office to have contributed to the index of records for records maintained by their office at the time the request was made. And in the details, we can acknowledge their work to create it to date, but that at the time it was requested or searched for, it did not exist. So I'm finding a failure there.
Do I hear a second? Second. Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I have an order of determination regarding the index of records from 2009-2010. It was at that point you would go to the index of records, you could click on a link, all the departments were listed, but it would go to a blank page. So there was really nothing there at all. One of the complaints this task force hears more than any other single complaint from departments is the burden that's placed on them complying with public records requests. And I have long advocated if they put all of the documents which are disclosable on a website, such as the Index of Records, then any citizen could go there and make a copy of whatever he or she wanted, and there would be absolutely no burden, either work or equipment or paper or anything else, on the city. And yet it was resisted for years and years and years. Now, I'm glad to see that the assessor's office is making a bridge, but I agree with Mr. Pilpel. This has been something that's more than a decade old, and still many of the city staff or city departments don't have an index of records. One in particular, which is the one I had ordered determination against, is the police department. You can't find a damn thing the police department has, and they will even deny requests unless you send it to a certain person at a certain time on a certain weight of paper. They will find 150 reasons not to give you anything. The bottom line, and I understand Mr. Mooney's concern about the records. The records that can be posted on a website are only those which are fully disclosable. Anything else which is not disclosable, which might have to have redactions or something, can't be posted because that would be in direct contravention of the law. Now, I do agree that there should be a listing of what those documents are so that you can specifically ask for them. Because I think anybody who's done public records requests knows the sort of Easter egging you have to do trying to guess what it is you want and what they call it. And if you call it something that they don't call it, they simply say, we don't have anything responsive, even though they know, looking at what you're asking for, exactly what document you're asking for. It's just you asked for the wrong one. The index of records would give the members of the public the ability to search and get documents they need without any burden on the city at all. And in cases where there were other documents, they could request them, and if they are denied, as the chair has said, there are specific requirements that they respond and tell you why they're not giving, or they're giving you a redacted document. So there is a difference there, but all disclosable documents should be available so that the public can ask for them.
Is there, no, sir, this is for public comment. You're party. You're party to it, so you can't speak as a member of the public.
Hi there. I just remember something that Matt Dorsey said to me a couple months ago. He's the communication person in the city attorney's office, and he said his wish was that there would be this type of proactive disclosure, which is on a lot of federal websites, that if somebody wanted to get information, it would be there on a website where they could find it, and that would reduce a lot of work. And it's something that he specifically wanted me to come here and talk about. I remember that was around Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hello, Michael Petrellis. I'd like to address the assessor in terms of releasing documents. I filed a request for her calendar, and she's not been able to provide it. I'm just mentioning this because calendars are very easy documents to find, and I think it's something you ought to keep in mind that she can't produce this document right now. The other thing is that Jose Cisneros, the treasurer, last year, I was looking for his calendar. I went to his website. He did not have anything on his contact us page that said, if you want a public document, here's where you send your request. I reached out to him on Twitter, and within, I think, 3 days, Jose Cisneros on the treasurer's city website put it up there that says, public records requests need to go to this address. And they did it. I would like the assessor to do the same, and I hope you'll take this fact into consideration when you're voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. We're not party to this and are not familiar with it prior to this evening, but I have heard enough to make some points. First, that I think will be helpful. First of all, Ray Hartz is correct. The index of records, as might be obvious to many people, would be very helpful to have, and it's been quite some time since that requirement went into effect. It's not any longer a question of whether a department just heard of the law or just found the law going into effect and needs some time. The index should include all the records, including those that are considered, as one of your members correctly pointed out, that records that may be non-disclosable or, and I would point out, partially disclosable. So there may be confidential material in given records, but it may be possible for those records to be useful to a researcher or somebody who's interested if certain confidential information were removed. So, for example, if you want to know something where the removal of the name or the address or the contact information or the social security number would make it useful, including for statistical analysis, that should be possible, and we know that public documents can be partially disclosed through specifically legally sanctioned redactions. Finally, I'm a little disappointed. I would like to suggest that you include Section 67.21C in your finding of violation, and that is where the custodian of public record has to assist the requester in. I'll read it. A custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian, whether or not the contents of those records are exempt from disclosure. And shall, and so on, about if you ask for it in writing and so on. And B, a custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person. So if they don't have it or they don't have it on their website, they should certainly be telling anybody it's over here. So I think that C is a useful thing for those who may have trouble finding an index, but it's a mandate on the departments to provide information, which I don't hear was being provided in this instance, and I think should have been, and I think it's another violation you could find. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, the matter's back with the task force. Member Pilpel.
With respect to the last comment we received, I'm going to decline to include 21C as a violation, and I note in particular that in the October 2014 response to Mr. Mooney, Mr. McCaffrey, although, whether or not he was required to, he went, I think, above and beyond and created and included the description of records and saying, in the meantime, here's the attached description of records, which I think was a reasonable description of the records that exist within the assessor recorder's office. So it's not like the assessor recorder has done nothing. In fact, I think they've made considerable efforts to make things available. It just wasn't in the system with the index of records at the time of the request. So I'll stand by my 67.29 motion.
Other members?
I'll second that motion.
Oh, I think
It's been.
Member Haynes.
All right. At this time, Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll on the motion?
On the motion, Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hines?
Aye.
Hines, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
And like to note that Member Wolf, Chopra, and Fisher were absent at the vote. You have it passes. The motion passes.
I'd like to send this to EOT.
Good.
I believe the assessor's office could benefit from our experience in helping departments help requesters find information, and doing that through the website with links and descriptions. And like I said, I had no idea of how to find this index of records that exists. So I'd like this to go to EOT.
Can I just add a couple more quick comments? I did find the October 2nd, 2015 letter, but it really doesn't speak to 14092. It speaks to the other complaints. So if there was a separate letter, would love to see that. And if we could discuss it at EOT, and Mr. Mooney, you're certainly invited, and we'd love to see you there, comparisons to the Board of Equalization index, if that's helpful. We should talk about that, what's on the assessor's website in terms of how to get public records and the index. So, yeah, I think there are at least those issues to discuss. So we'll continue to thrash through this. Fair. Vice Chair Hyland, fair enough?
Well, I'm just wondering if we could, tighten up those recommendations based on what you've both said and say, refer to EOTC with a recommendation that A and B, so it's formalized.
That's running.
Motion.
We can do that.
Member
Great.
Pilpel, do you have specific suggestions
Yeah.
to what we put in the...
Fine, that we
RD?
review the now adopted record retention policy and schedule and index of records of the assessor recorder, that we request the assessor recorder to provide the October 2015 memo and those schedules and policies and index, that we review and recommend that the assessor have additional links on their website for how to request public records and how to review the index of records. And that we compare to the Board of Equalization index and see if there are useful ideas there.
Sounds good.
Not necessarily going to conform to it, but let's at least see there. And Mr. Mooney, if you have specifics on the Board of Equalization index that the city is not doing that you think would be useful, feel free to put that in writing to us, and we'll absolutely take a look at that for the hearing. Thank you.
Great.
Good enough, Andrea? Yeah. Okay. I'll look at the final thing, but yeah. Cool.
At this time, I'd like to take, if we could call item number...
Public comment?
Public comment?
Okay.
Right. Item number...
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Task Force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay. Is there any public comment? General public comment on whatever?
I'm going first. Hello, Michael Petrellis. I am here to represent my great new website. It's governmentaccessproject.blogspot.com, and I have terrific cards, business cards, that I'll leave a few up here so you can check it out. Now listen, I've been here a number of times about calendars, and I've now created a website where the Board of Soups, many elected officials, and department heads are providing me with their calendars and putting the calendars up on the web. And I think that this body in particular needs to be commended for playing a very important role in making sure that these legally required documents are, first of all, kept and then released. It took me a while to realize that what I needed to do was make these documents available for all to read. There really is a burden when you're asking the public to sit down and compose a request, find the right email address, send it off, pray that they've printed in the right information about the address of where it's supposed to go. In the case of the assessor, they're not telling anyone, if you go into their website, this is what you need to do to file a request. So anyway, back to the calendars. There's also a ongoing need to get these calendars. So now it's the 1st of February. I've put in requests to all of the supervisors and soon the department heads and other elected officials for their January calendars. This is an ongoing project. Monthly, the calendars have to be provided to me, and I'm committed to putting them up there on the web. So again, it's governmentaccessproject.blogspot.com. Please check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello, Task Force. My name is Lee Hepner. I used to sit on this body with all of you, and recently had to stop sitting on this task force to take a job downstairs in Supervisor Aaron Peskin's office. That's where I am now. You are all a lot more intimidating from this side of the dais. But yeah, I just wanted to come say hi, come say, I didn't have a chance to say goodbye before I left. It all happened sort of abruptly. But yeah, and thank you for your ongoing work. I did receive Mr. Petrellis's calendar request, and I hope, I was the one who leapt at the opportunity to be responding to sunshine requests in our office, and with all due respect to my colleagues, I think I'm the only legislative aide that thought that was a really fun thing to do. So I am fielding a lot of those requests. I hope, I'm probably the only legislative aide who's come here on their own volition as well, and I hope not to be dragged before you again. 7 weeks and my hands are clean, I'm happy to say. If I do come before you, I hope it's on something really juicy and complex, like that, Member Rummel will have to write like a policy memo about it. Something really, really interesting. And I don't say that to as a challenge to some of the advocates in the audience. But out of respect to everybody, I mean, really, the patience and the good work that is done here, I really am going to miss sitting on this task force, and will do my best to uphold the virtues of the ordinance in my new position. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You're missed.
I wish he had stayed on this task force. So this is an article that appeared in the Chronicle on January 30th, and I just want to kind of pave the way for some complaints that I have here tonight. Basically, the Arts Commission contends this had to do with the Super Bowl and displacement of street artists from Justin Herman Plaza. It was just basically a lot of lies on the part of the Arts Commission that there are 100 spaces between 1st and 5th Street. That's not true. There are probably about 4 spaces in total. That the 10 spaces were given on a provisional basis. Those spaces aren't even used. And let's see. Oh, and they talked about how the street artists were given ample opportunity months beforehand to relocate or find alternate spaces before the Super Bowl. That's not true. And Kate Patterson is quoted over and over again with giving these wrong information. That's a pattern of behavior we've seen on the part of the Arts Commission.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. The agenda for the meeting of the task force on November 4th, 2015 listed 5 separate complaints I had filed with the task force. The first case was heard in accordance with the agenda and in accordance with your own rules of procedure. But the remaining items were, as the official minutes say, items number 4, 5, 6, and 7 were called together but discussed separately. That statement was from the approved minutes of the meeting and is patently false. These complaints were submitted, accepted, processed, and placed on the agenda as separate items. Each complaint was a specific violation, different violation, against a separate, different person for unique violations of the ordinance. Vice Chair Hyland, fully aware of the damage it would do to my presentation and the prosecution of my cases, arbitrarily decided to combine them and jury-rig procedure on the spot. Member Hyland acted in ways that failed to follow publicly published hearing procedures and denied me due process, unfairly prejudicing the cases. With all due respect to Mr. Hyland, I have really tried very hard to figure out what he thought he was accomplishing in doing what he did, especially when he combined them. I asked for a continuance to rejigger my presentations and was denied that. As I said in one of the earlier matters, the bottom line is you can't tell somebody, here's the procedure we're going to follow, and then right before they start to act on that, tell them we're not going to follow that procedure. We're going to take that procedure, we're going to tear it apart, put it back together, and try to come up with some sort of like I said, jury-rigged procedure. Now, I have mentioned this to this task force several times, but I see absolutely nobody here who is even faintly interested in thinking about what Mr. Hebner just said. You're a lot more intimidating standing out here than he thought you were up there. The bottom line was I spent a lot of time and energy presenting those cases, and I was allowed to believe that they would be heard separately and had prepared everything for that. And basically, you were even given a packet where they were all separate. So bottom line is I don't really feel I have any recourse left whatever, because you won't give me one, but to take this before the Ethics Commission. Because I feel that what was done was a violation of the Good Government Guide. I did not get a fair hearing, and there is no interest apparently on this task force of doing anything to try to rectify that. Mr. Young?
Is there additional public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. It's unfortunate to see once again a relatively small number of you in attendance, 7 out of 11. The attendance here has not been good, and as you may or may not know, since there are many new members, first of all, it doesn't speak well for due consideration, and it also particularly makes it tremendously disadvantageous to complainants who need to get a majority of the seats voting for them on any complaint. For example, today, the complainants will need 6 out of 7 votes, which is an almost insuperable majority in any kind of a normally understood democracy. Library Users Association, which I had, requested a rehearing of a complaint, which we did for the first time ever, and we've been submitting complaints, mostly successful, for some 20 years. There was not a reconsideration provided. The request was dumped into the administrator's report. There was no discussion at the December meeting in which administrator's report it appeared. There was no mention in the agenda that this would be coming up. I myself wasn't even given the normal notice of an agenda that my item might be considered. It was by chance that I heard on Monday in response to another request that the Wednesday meeting would consider this and how it would be considered. You have a rule under Section E1 about reconsideration, which says a request has to be filed within 10 days, which I think is very unfair to the complainant. I can tell you more details about why in this particular case that's true. But in any case, we filed a request within 10 days of the hearing because there was no order of determination issued as required in Section C8. Prior to it says you will produce an order of determination basically saying what your decision is, yay or nay. After hearing testimony, the SOTF shall vote on an order of determination or other directives written by the chair on behalf of the task force stating whether, presumably whether or not, stating whether the record is public and or whether the open meeting laws were obeyed. What you have taken a practice to do is make no motion, no action, so there is nothing to appeal. So there is no opportunity for a no vote, essentially, that didn't get voted on to be appealed. We also filed 2 complaints that were never scheduled, but again were included in the administrator's report and did not follow in any sense your normal procedures or notice for a hearing, and you seemed like you followed the new rules rather than the old. We asked for a hearing and a consideration of both matters, the complaints and the rehearing request, in an appropriate fashion. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Osbury, would you call item number 4, please?
Item number 4 is file number 15139, complaint filed by Sean Mooney against the Assessor Recorder's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 6725 for failure to respond to public records requests in a timely or complete manner.
Okay. First, is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. All right. As before, Mr. Mooney, you have 5 minutes to present your side of the case.
Okay, I have 2 items left. One's regarding tax rolls, and the other one's regarding a 502 form. So which are we talking, which?
We just have a single file here, and it's regarding a number of public records requests that you made.
I think this is actually not the 502 forms. I believe you retracted that complaint via email in March of 2015, and so we're
Right.
left with the other request about the PI roles.
Okay.
Unless I'm wrong.
Let me start with, in 2014, I asked for a certain tax roll information. It's called the Sequence 2 tax roll. A Sequence 2 tax roll is essentially the tax roll where new accounts are added to the roll. That's, I requested that for 6 months, and in January of 15th of 2015, Mr. McCaffrey provided me that document, and with that, I withdrew my complaint. At the same time, Mr. McCaffrey provided me with that tax roll for 2011, 12, and 13, and upon him giving me that, I asked him for the 2014 tax roll. The same exact document I asked for in the exact same format, and now it's been a year. It's been a year since I've been waiting for that next tax roll. So we already went through the committee level. It took me 6 months to get that information, and let me tell you what that information yielded. After 6 months and providing a watchdog, a sunshine complaint, the 2010 Sequence 2 yielded 133 new accounts. The 2011 yielded 74 accounts. The 2012 yielded 101 accounts. And the 2013 yielded 18 accounts. And why is that important? Because Eddie here is going to get up in a second and he's going to tell you, well, that's an overwhelming amount of information, and we can't handle that kind of information. It's not. In fact, in response to my year wait for the 2014, on January 16th, Eddie provided me a CD where he provided 2,774 accounts with no way of distinguishing one element from another. In other words, the Sequence 2 account roll should have the sequence number. It should have the accounts in chronological descending order. It should also have a RCTC number, and it should have a base year. The information he provided in January of 2016 was completely devoid of any meaningful representation of the 2014 tax roll. Okay, this is the time I want to shift to the 502s, or do I get a different 5 minutes for that?
You said I believe that was dropped, so.
No, it wasn't dropped. It was dropped. The PI tax roll was dropped after he gave it to me. Then after I asked for the 2014, the assessor went right back to not giving it to me. And so then I had to file a new complaint where I brought that back onto the calendar.
Okay. Why don't you take a minute or two and tell us about the 502 forms? Can we just do that?
Okay.
Great.
Okay. The 502 forms, if you look at page page 14 of the packet I provided you. The 502 form is a usage report that is a public record. I have been requesting these public records for well over a year, and not one single document has been provided to me. Going back to the sequence number, tax roll. Oh, no, I'm going to go to, okay, the information that I request is generated from the Watchdog program. The assessor has a Watchdog program that they encourage the public to help them find escape taxes. I filed certain complaints that were not on the tax roll, and I've been requesting the 502 forms to prove that they weren't on the tax roll. The initial request for the information included a couple thousand accounts. And realizing that that was an overwhelming amount, I then reduced the amount that I was requesting to just the first 25. And then after I didn't get any response from that, I then further reduced it from 25 to 5. And it's been over a year now, and I haven't received one document.
Okay, thank you. We'll have some questions for you in a bit.
Thank you. I would like that.
Okay. Mr. McCaffrey, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Edward McCaffrey. I work for the Office of the Assessor Recorder, and I serve as the Public Information Officer. I want to begin by explaining a couple terms that Mr. Mooney just referenced. I think one is possessory interest, and the second is the 502P form, because I think that will help clarify. First, possessory interest. It is the right and intent of someone to occupy or use public land. An example of this would be a lease of port property where a restaurant actually resides. So that's a possessory interest. The second is the 502P form, and I think it's important to clarify what this is. 502P forms are what can be used by the public agency owners to report the entities that occupy or control the land to the assessor. So it's almost as if the port uses this form to report to the assessor who occupies that land. On many occasions, Mr. Mooney has stated that we are required to get that information from the actual 502P forms, and I want to make clear this is incorrect. The Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 480.6, allows the public the option to file their information on a 502P form or in any other format. So again, the public, as in the port, as an example, has the option to file this information either via a 502P form or in any other format. So I want to kind of make sure that distinction is clear. In reviewing the 278-page board packet, it's difficult to keep track of a lot of the emails, at least from our point of view, so I wanted to do a little bit of an outline so that we could at least understand our involvement from the assessor side. So beginning in 2014, on October 23rd, the Office of the Assessor Recorder emailed the Sunshine Task Force addressing Mr. Mooney's complaint regarding 502P forms. The complaint was originally filed in May of that year. In that communication to the Sunshine Task Force and to Mr. Mooney, we explained in detail the work that was required to satisfy the request and explained why we were able to satisfy a portion of the request but unable to satisfy another portion of the request. Moving into 2015. In the packet for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members, there is a total of 24 emails from Mr. Mooney to the Assessor Recorder's Office. Each of those emails either making a new request or revising a previous request. What I'm trying to clarify is that it is sometimes hard to keep track of exactly what we're looking to do here and what our end goal is. We have tried to do our best in satisfying those requests. In particular, a lot of those emails bring up those two items. One, the 502P forms, and the other is the possessory interest data. First, the 502P forms I will address. We have communicated with Mr. Mooney numerous times in letters and in emails, as well as earlier in these remarks, that, again, our office receives the information kept on 502P forms in many fashions, least of which is the actual forms. We get it in a variety of different ways. His request for the documents is very expensive and would require our office to review more than 12,000 files. We're not saying that's an issue. It's just to give you a sense of what we're looking at, how broad of an expansive effort this would take. Second, we would like to state that pursuant to his request, he asked us only to search the top 5 permits: display merchandise, valet, parklet, and table and chairs. Just as of recently, we have completed this work, and no 502P forms were found. This was his effort to cut down that number, and us working to do that. We haven't found that any 502P forms. We will be communicating this after the hearing to, of course, the Sunshine Task Force and to Mr. Mooney. The second subject that comes up regularly in the board packet is possessory interest data. Mr. Mooney has requires our office to create a custom report. And this is important. He wants data that our office has to create as custom. This isn't something that we generally produce to the public or that we typically have available. We have to make custom. He asked for specific data, so it takes us time to figure out what data that is and how to get it to him. In September of last year, we mailed to Mr. Mooney a CD-ROM that included the assessor's unsecured and secured property roll years 2008 through 2015. This included possessory interest data. He replied back and said this isn't in the format that he wanted. He wanted it differently. Then on January 15th of this year, we mailed Mr. Mooney a CD-ROM with the 2014-15 possessory interest data in which we believe to be the requested format. A copy of the CD and the letter was provided to the Sunshine Task Force. Again, he responded back saying this wasn't in the format that he wanted. So in closing my presentation, I just wanted to ask Mr. Mooney to help be a little bit more focused in requests, and of course to explain that lastly, the materials that are being requested are outside the normal requests that we deal with.
Thank you. Okay, the matter is now at the task force for questions of both parties. Member Pilpil.
This raises a number of questions, and in fact, the packet on this item is an example of what I was talking about earlier, where there's a lot of information, much of which wasn't exactly the most helpful to me, at least. I don't need to see specific data tables or lengthy reports from the state on the city's assessment practices. I am very interested in the requests and the emails from the requester and the responses or non-responses or whatever responses from the department. That's helpful to me in analyzing what's going on. So my first question is actually to Mr. Mooney, and I guess I'll play Member Fisher for a moment. What is it that you're looking for? What is it that you want?
Thank you.
What is it? What?
I am more than glad to answer that question.
Yes.
If you could look at page 6 of
sorry,
the packet that I sent you, it's right there.
Page 6 of your supplemental packet.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
This is an email from Mr. McCaffrey where he says, Mr. Mooney, is this exactly what you want? And I say, yes, Mr. McCaffrey, this is exactly what I want.
Okay.
Okay? When Mr. McCaffrey says that he sent me a CD recently in January, if you see the 3 items that are highlighted in your packet, it says RCTC, sequence number, and base year. Yeah. Those 3 are the most important information for me to get. And
for each item.
For each item,
yeah.
And it's not there.
Okay. All right. So if we got you that, if we arranged to get you that, would that do the trick? What else is it that you're looking for here? Because we can get very detail-y here, and for what?
Mr. McCaffrey wants to suggest that I'm asking for some custom report. He has cut and pasted exactly what the information is that should be on that roll, and it's not there.
Okay. Please, let's be real. Emergency. Let's be real specific here. For which year is it? For each year from 11?
2014.
For fiscal year, calendar year, what? The assessment roll year?
It's the PI tax roll for 2014. These are exactly the items that should be on there.
Okay.
There's the exact order that should be in.
So that's what you're looking for. And if you got that information, would that satisfy this entire request, and then we're done? Yes or no?
If I get that information in that order, that would be what I want for 2014.
Is there anything else within the
Yes.
scope of all
Yes.
your pile of requests?
Okay, you got to understand that I can only ask for 2014 when 2014 becomes available.
Right.
Subsequent to this, the 2015 roll is now available. I have asked for
The same information?
the same exact
Okay,
information.
so is that the stuff you're looking for? It's not anything else? It's not crazy, but it's that specific data for only the 5 categories or for all PI stuff?
It's called the PI tax data roll.
Yeah.
And these are exactly the information that should be on it.
But-
And
so that's what
exactly
you're
I
looking
want
for.
2014 and 15.
And 15, no more and no less?
No more, no less.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCaffrey, okay, and now I'm getting this, it's all coming back to me, it's like a dream. You have actually spent not just 20 minutes, but hours and hours on this, trying to figure it out, responding, et cetera, so that it's no small effort has gone to date.
That is correct. And
Okay.
if I may just take a minute to explain what that is when I say custom, just a little bit more in detail. I felt a little bit rushed, but I'd be happy to kind of explain
It's
a little
pulling
more.
things out from a spreadsheet and reorganizing and futzing and something like
And
that.
then also because, as we talked about previously, a lot of the information from the Office of the Assessor Recorder's Office is not disclosable. So it takes time to go through it and make sure that we're not releasing private information.
Either in those fields or specifically as to a specific record. Okay. And then, sorry, before we get to this, on the 502 or lack of 502, when you don't get a 502, you get the equivalent information through some other mechanism, and that varies, and at some point, does that all get entered into some spreadsheet database or some other system, so you're capturing the
Correct.
information, whether it's on a form or not, you're
Yes.
getting it?
The information, some of that information is entered into our tax database. Some of the information does not need to be entered into it.
But the stuff that you need ends up
Correct.
in the PI role?
Yes.
Why am I learning all that? Okay, never mind. So the specific thing that he was looking for 2014 and 2015, these particular data elements for the PI role, is that doable, not doable, doable with a lot of effort?
So it is.
Help us understand that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If again, to your last point of is it doable with effort? Yes.
Okay.
It is doable. It's doable with a lot of effort. And that is what takes a lot of time. I hate to bring back to the point of the custom report, but that's a reason why it takes so much time. It's not that we're delaying or purposely withholding information. There is no current process internally ready to provide this data quickly.
It's not like
not easily
running a
accessible.
SQL report out
It is
of
not.
some Oracle database. It's not
It is
that?
not. It's a little bit more, it is more challenging because
It's
we
in
have
different
to-
places?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we have our IT staff that have to pull that data. We then have to make sure it's to the format that Mr. Mooney is requesting. And of course, then we have to go through it to make sure that it is disclosable to the public.
Fair enough. If it's custom format stuff, obviously we could charge and get into all of that. Are there like specific records from 2 or 3 different systems that all key to the same account number, so you could just spit out the whole thing, put it in 3 separate Excel spreadsheets, and give it to Mr. Mooney to futz with and reinterpret and reorganize the way he wants it?
So
is that more doable?
Well, that is a great point. Essentially, and to what you mentioned earlier, is that you don't want to get into all the spreadsheets. And well, that's why I submitted the spreadsheets to the Sunshine Task Force, was so that you guys had a sense of what we did provide. An example of us providing what we have available to him in that list that he referenced, he made 2 comments. One, that there is no sequence 2, and that also that it's not in the ascending order that he would like. These are communications that he sent to our office. Those are 2 very easy fixes. One, the sequence 2 is included. It's a hidden table that is in there. So it's already in that database that we sent him, or the spreadsheet that we sent him in January. And again, another issue is him wanting it in a certain format, which he can do on his own. That being said, let me be clear.
Is it a hidden table or a
It's in
hidden
there.
field?
No, it's the column is.
It's a hidden column within Excel,
Yes,
you just
exactly.
unhide it?
It's there, yes, you unhide it. It's very easy to access. The last part about saying 2014, 2015, that information is available, that's what we provided on the CD. I think what is in particular on what we provided this go-around, some of the information was redacted and not included due to public disclosure issues. So I hope that covers what we're looking at here.
Okay, so if he's still around and likely to ask for this stuff every year, is there some way that you can make more of it in a format? So if it's not a standard report, either make it some. I mean, it sounds like he's looking for whatever reason, I don't know and I don't care, he's interested in like escape PI role stuff. Whatever, everyone's into their thing. So if there's a way that you can facilitate that on a more regular basis, or even if you spit out 3 different things and say they're all keyed to the same account number, he can play with it in Excel. You know, I spend a lot of time playing with stuff in Excel. If you get 3 different things and you have to relate them, so be it.
I think absolutely. I think you bring up a great point, which was, is there a way to automate this process
or more of it?
Exactly. And I think from what we have learned internally within our office is, I started working with Mr. Mooney's request in 2013. I think that, unfortunately, it's not up to the speed that we'd want within a turnaround within a few days. It takes a few months. But I think from where we started, which was in 2013 to 14, where it took around a year to really get to the response on the PIs, to now where we provided data in September and we provided a second set of data in January, that's a significant difference in time. I tried to explain that in my outline.
And I think as you, over time, redesign your systems, because nothing stays forever, you're bearing in mind that this is information that might be interesting to at least some member of the public, maybe others. And I don't know how consistent you are from county to county, and I know that Carmen and Doug and Gigi and the rest of the gang are really trying to make changes there. So.
We are. We're doing a lot of work to improve our property tax system to make it easier to pull data for not only information requests, but also for internal and external purposes.
And would I be wrong to think that real property sort of has its own world, and that's gone through lots of iterations over time, but PI is a more buried, sort of complicated world of its own, and so making that more easily accessible is not a simple task?
I think you explained that perfectly. I want to just clarify.
I hate to know this stuff. I
don't want to even spend time explaining what possessory interest, but it is a very complicated subject. Complicated in the sense of it takes time to explain, and I don't think that's a good way to use time this evening.
Well, I have a question. So I guess I don't understand why it's complicated to make certain fields immediately available and certain, like, is there a mixture of private and public data within a single field?
There is.
And can you give me an example of that?
Absolutely, no problem. So just to back up a little bit, if I could explain what the property tax system is. It's AS400, and we may not be familiar with this, but essentially it's a green screen. So you're keying in F7, F4 to move from screen to screen. It's not a mouse, it's not a forward, it's a very old system. And so when we talk about, well, it's an old system and we can just pull data out of it, I think we're very accustomed currently to being able to do that easily with Microsoft or with any type of Mac product. Well, this system isn't that. It's very old, it's very outdated, and as we identified earlier, our leadership, Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu, is trying to replace this system and trying to get funding through the Board of Supervisors to replace this. To your point about the specific fields, you're absolutely right, where a lot of the work that is done in this property tax system is done by our staff. And a lot of the information that is entered into the property tax system is done manually, and it's not always done with accuracy. And so when there is information entered into certain fields, those fields may include the appraiser's notes. And so when it's included appraiser's notes, that is not publicly disclosable. It's our job, it's the city attorney's job to make sure whenever we make information available through the data reports that we run, that we check it and clarify that there's no non-disclosable information included.
This sounds like stuff that it sounds like you all are already thinking about this, but that should be made immediately available as soon as it comes through the office and is just proactively disclosed.
So here's an example of a non-custom report. And we have 2 options for data requests, which I also handle within our office. If you want last year, meaning last fiscal year's data roll, we have automated that process, and it costs $5. Anyone can come in and get it because we've automated that process.
The entire freaking roll.
The entire roll, whatever you want.
Okay.
We've cleaned it. It's already ready to go. We burn a CD and we give it to them, and that's $5. There's the other option, which is the more current roll, which is the current fiscal year. That takes more time. It's $350, but again, there's a process in place that identifies that data. and is very easy to make available.
Why is it through? Do you have a special?
There's a fee that's associated with the time of staff, the amount of time a staff person takes to run that data and clean it up and then make it available.
Why don't we leave the fee issue to another hearing, because that gets into all
Yes,
kinds.
oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
Can I just?
No,
Can I
go
just
ahead, and then I have some questions.
follow up to Mr. McCaffrey? So if Mr. Mooney made fairly clear what he's looking for now, 14, 15, these specific things, is that still outstanding, and are you in process, and is that another couple of months to turn around the latest version of whatever for him in a format that's close to what he's looking for?
So again, to answer your question, it is in process.
Okay.
Will we be able to give it to him? Yes. But again, what I'm more nervous about is not getting it into the format that he wants and us having to then rerun that report and make it different. We've gone through this a number of times, and that's what I'm more nervous about.
Well,
How
what type
about
of files
data?
are you giving him?
Yeah.
Are you giving him PDFs?
No, they're Excel.
Okay.
So can
They're
it be
easily manageable.
So can it be less about the specific order of the fields and capital, no cap, whatever, and more about just getting the specific fields, the data elements?
That would be ideal if we can
Okay.
identify that. That would
And
be
can you
excellent.
get sort of closer about that? And I don't know, it seems like you've got a lot of email back and forth. You guys are not far apart from each other right now. Could you actually, Mr. Mooney, I think, is in San Mateo. Could you actually schlep up here and meet with Mr. McCaffrey and go over the specifics and try to? Okay.
I think-
Are you open to that?
Of course, open to
Okay.
that. But I think what's important is I'd rather get on record exactly what he wants, so that there's a public way to go about that in the future.
I think we got that. If we're not clear, let's.
I'm not clear, so I want
Okay.
to be more clear.
Are we?
Mr.
We're moving along.
McCaffrey
I'm done.
provided me in January 15th of 2015, he provided me the PI tax rolls for 2010, 11, 12, 13. I want it exactly like that. Exactly.
May I? Absolutely. Let me just speak to this because it's something that I wanted to address earlier and I didn't. The information we gave in 2013, this is an example of us rushing to give data quickly. We gave data to Mr. Mooney that was not publicly disclosable, and we did it in error, and it was absolutely a mistake on the department's part. We issued letters to Mr. Mooney, and I believe you do have it in your packet as well. If not, I can follow up, saying that we want that report back because it's not publicly disclosable. That is the difference between what we provided him in the past and what we're looking at today. He is referring to this 2013 report. Unfortunately, it has data in there that is not publicly disclosable. So therefore, that version can't be used as a reference point. We have to now look at a new reference point, and that's what we have to create.
I actually provided you with the exact rule that I'm asking for, which is the one Eddie provided for me in January 15th of 2015. That's exactly what I want. His contention that what he's talking about in 2013 has nothing to do with what we're talking about in 2015. If he agrees to give me the 2014 and 2015 in exactly the same format as he did in January of 2015, then that issue is resolved.
I want to make sure I was clear. The data that we provided in 2015, which referenced data from 2013, so we gave a spreadsheet to Mr. Mooney in 2015. This data on that spreadsheet was from 2013. That data that included real property data of 2013 was provided incorrectly and had information in there that was not supposed to be disclosed.
And is it the non-disclosable stuff that he's interested in?
No.
I don't know what he's interested in.
So
what I'm
the
saying
format,
is that format,
same format, but
that
without
format
the
cannot be
non-disclosable
provided.
stuff.
Exactly. The format that he's saying, hey, just give me exactly what was given in 2013, I'm saying I can't do that because that format includes information on there, entire columns of non-disclosable information.
Okay.
So we can't use that as a reference point.
Well, could you maybe review whatever row or column that is and either remove it or arrange to redact the appropriate stuff.
So again, we get into what we would want to do.
Right.
And again, it's our office. We would love to take direction from either the Sunshine Task Force or Mr. Mooney on exactly what he needs specifically. And again, I want to reference, it's very hard to know exactly what we're looking to do due to the very high number of emails and the high number of requests, and it gets very challenging and confusing. So I'm looking for clarification is really what I would love.
Okay, yes,
If I may, it's page 3 of your packet. Here it is, Ed. There it is. If you look at page 3, the 2011 had 133 accounts. That's it. And all it is the new accounts that came onto the tax roll in that particular year. That's a no-brainer. I mean, of course he has a tax roll for that.
So that's what you're looking for, is only those few
Only
records?
the new accounts that
Not
came on in
thousands,
that particular
maybe
year.
hundreds, but barely.
Yeah, I don't want the whole tax roll with 2,700 and something tax accounts on it.
So, Mr. McCaffrey, for whatever new accounts means, is it possible to just scrutinize those and give them just that little bit of thing? Because now we're narrowing the thing, and then the redaction
This is an
for
excellent
that
example of what new accounts are.
Okay.
And so what...
I don't know what that is.
And neither do I.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to say by neither do I, I'm not trying to be glib or anything. What I'm trying to say is this is an example of us having to create a new process and create a new report, and us having to go back and figuring out what those new properties are.
Okay.
And so...
I'm thinking, all right.
The same exact role that was already given to me.
Excuse me. Okay, I think we need to move on in a way that I think may be helpful in the long run here. So what we need to consider now, and we'll give you a chance for a rebuttal, but we need to look to, I suggest we look to see if there are any violations in terms of timeliness or helping the requester. And then should we find them, then it would be up to the parties to work together to make sure Mr. Mooney's requested information is made available to him. We would follow up at compliance and amendments. Does that sound like a plan?
For clarity,
Excuse me, I'm asking the task force.
Yeah, personally, I'm not yet feeling a violation here. I feel like the department has put in a lot of effort to try to understand the request and has been as timely as they can given the complexity of the thing.
It's been a year.
Excuse me. So all right.
That's my feeling.
Let's hear from the rebuttals, and then we'll talk about it more. So, Mr. Mooney, you have 3 minutes to. Oh, excuse me. No, I'm sorry, Mr. McCaffrey. You go first. You have 3 minutes to summarize what you've said.
So is this a rebuttal off of what Mr. Popel said, or just overall?
Overall, right.
Great.
3 minutes to make your best case.
Sure. So I think we're dealing with a few issues here. One is the expansiveness of the requests, and then also the number of changing and shifting email requests that come in. We would love guidance from either the task force or from the task force to direct Mr. Mooney on how to be a little bit more structured and direct in his requests. It becomes very challenging for us to not keep track of, but more or less know exactly what the target we're aiming for when it continues to move. Secondly, with regard to responding, I've explained in great detail the challenges that our office faces with our property tax system, but also our need to develop custom reports that satisfy Mr. Mooney's requests. Unfortunately, that is not done in as timely of a fashion as he would like, but it's to the best of our office's ability, to the best of our department's ability. This is something that we work on timely. It doesn't just take my time. It takes a number of our IT staff time as well as the city attorney's time, and not to mention a number of RP staff, real property staff within our office. So this is something that we're looking at. Of course, like I said, we're going to continue to work on automating this to make it even quicker and easier to get to so that we can provide this information sooner to the requesters, not just Mr. Mooney, but to others. And then lastly, I think to the idea of us working with Mr. Mooney, we were very open to that. I don't want it to be misconstrued that we're withholding information or we're doing anything that is inappropriate. I think we're trying to be as aware and responsive as possible. We are working under some constraints due to our property tax system, but I want it to be stated that we are happy to work with Mr. Mooney. We try to do our best. Unfortunately, it's not always received in the most positive of light, but I look forward to continuing to work with the Sunshine Task Force and with Mr. Mooney to kind of bring clarity to this item. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mooney? So go
Okay,
ahead.
I would like to first talk about the 502 forms for 1 second, and that would be that the 502 form is a form that's developed from the Board of Equalization, and the form has specific questions that are required to be filled out. So when Eddie says that he gets these forms in different formats, he's correct that the government agencies can report in different formats as long as it includes every single question on the 502 form. And what I've been telling Eddie all along is that the way the current process that they're doing is they provide the rent rolls. And the rent rolls have certain criteria, but they are not the same criteria that are required on the 502 form. So there has to be an equivalence for, or else it's not fulfilling the Revenue Code section 480.5 and 480.6. Okay, moving on to the tax rolls. I'm asking for the 502s, I mean the PI tax rolls for 2014 and 2015 in a timely manner. It's been over a year. I've been asking for this. Mr. McCaffrey has told me repeatedly that he works on it every single day, is what he tells me. And there's no way that a tax roll that is on average has 150 accounts takes a year if he's working on it every single day. One second. I'm asking for the equivalence of the exact same. He has provided me the PI tax rolls for 2011, 12, and 13. I'm asking for the exact same equivalent Excel spreadsheet.
Thank you. All right, the matter is now back with the task force. Member Pilpel.
Can I ask Jerry, what are our options if we don't find a violation? Can we just not find a violation and ask a department to continue to work with a requester with some direction? Is that something that we can do? I mean, it may not have force of whatever, but we can make that as a request.
Through the chair to Member Pelpo, it's certainly an option. You are somewhat limited thereafter if you're dissatisfied with what the department does, however.
But the complainant could always file a new complaint saying that they're not satisfied.
Well, if a complainant has filed a complaint and it's been adjudicated, I'm not sure that they can file the same complaint again.
True.
Member Rummel, do you have some ideas?
Well, I was going to ask City Attorney if we could not make a decision tonight, but refer it to a committee or something like that for further consideration.
Through the chair, to Member Rummel, that's certainly also an option. You could defer a decision on an order of determination. However, if you do so, then you run into the potential criticism that the task force has not complied with the 45-day rule.
We're way off on that anyway.
We're way off on the 45-day rule.
I mean, I think what we're struggling with is trying to find a way for the parties to work with each other, and, you seem like you're separated by a common language or something.
Well, I'm wondering if, at the minimum, we could find, it looks like there's been a lot of effort on the part of the department to obtain information, but they aren't always clear about what it is they're supposed to be providing. So that suggests they haven't perhaps worked enough with the requester to come to a meeting of the mind about what's wanted. And it would be helpful to, as Mr. McCaffrey has said, it would be very helpful to him if he knew what it was he needed to provide. But the only person that can really help him there is Mr. Mooney. And the Sunshine Ordinance 67.21C, which is what I would say is possibly in violation here, requires the department to assist the requester. And I mean, that helps the requester, but it also helps the department. You are struggling to provide him with information that you have, but it's, you're going about it in a way that's requiring a lot of work from you. Maybe it could be maybe, I don't know. And you have an antiquated, I can only imagine what you have to do to get that information. It must be a nightmare. I'm visualizing a screen I used to look at 20 years ago. So, oh my God.
Sounds about right.
So you want help, and he needs help. So I don't know. 67.21C is a way we could possibly get this back, and in the meantime, they do the best they can, and maybe we won't hear it again, but...
I mean, the other option, as Member Rummel just discussed, is to continue this item at the full task force, give them another month or two. I think we've perhaps helped tonight. I don't know. I tried. I would also suggest to Mr. Mooney, it's sort of like if you don't like what they're giving you, I would suggest that you construct your own little Excel spreadsheet of the specific fields you're looking for, the date range, the whatever, send it to them and say, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, and see what their system can spit out, and see if Mr. McCaffrey can get something that's close. If they come up with more fields than you're looking for, you can always delete them. Mr. McCaffrey, if you've got stuff that's in a hidden field, just make it easy, unhide all the columns, whatever, right? And redact what you need to redact, and see how close you can get. I'm not sure that you're actually that far away, but that's just from our side, not knowing all the details here.
Okay, and another thing that's part of the Sunshine Ordinance is that when faced with situations like this where there's a great deal of work to do to provide the information, that you stay in contact with the requester and provide information on a rolling basis. That is another way to do it. Give parts of the report. And that's something that it's in the ordinance. It's a practice that we certainly advise.
And you haven't really, neither side has really invoked 67.21-1, which deals with access to electronic records and whether this is something that the department can easily generate. Arguably, you can generate in some way. It may not be easy, and they could charge, and it sounds like you haven't really charged, and you've invested a lot of time, but there's probably some spinning of wheels here. And so, again, I think we're sort of struggling for how to get you guys to figure this out.
May I suggest that we start a new baseline? Eddie, forget everything I've asked for in the past.
Everything.
And we start a new baseline right now. So there's no more, well, he says this and he generated that and blah, 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 blah. No, we start over fresh right now and we reschedule and come back in a month or whatever. And so only when I send emails starting tomorrow to Ed and say, this is what I want, there'll be no more confusion about, well, you said it before differently or anything else. It starts a fresh baseline right now, and we'll come back in a month and see if we worked it out.
And you'll be very clear in your requests as to
I'm
fields and
already
data.
clear.
Okay, all right, so that sounds like a plan. You guys work it out, communicate, be clear, be helpful. And I need a motion to continue this to,
You want a motion to continue this to the call of the chair?
Yes.
So
Honestly, can I?
right.
Could you guys sit down right now and get on the same page, and that so when you both walk out of here, we know that you all both understand what
There's a
you
plan.
want,
Yeah.
and then
I hate to say this, no. Here's why. I think what we found out today is that there's a lot of lack of clarity. What I would prefer, if we're going to come back in 2 months, I would prefer a lot of this to be in written communication for you all to understand how the process works. I don't want it to be, I'm happy to talk with them. That's not a problem. It's not about communication. It's about what that request looks like. I want that to be in writing for everyone to understand and to have a strong dialogue going through email communication so that we can follow it and track it for the next 2 months when we come back to you. That's what I would really prefer.
Okay, and this email string starts now with none of the old stuff.
And as Mr. Mooney said, happy to do that. Happy to agree with it. But again, we will do the best we can with the resources that we have, and we will go from there.
All right, okay, so do I hear a motion to continue?
So moved.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Sweet, continue the call of the chair.
Yes, yes.
On the call of the roll, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Aye. Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Wolf is absent. Chopra, aye. Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Hines.
Aye.
Hines, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. And Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Noted that Member Wolf, Chopra, and Fisher are absent. Motion passes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to,
Keep us posted, please. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the status of this complaint, the parties have agreed that all previous requests are null and void, and a new request will be provided. And I request that the complainant and/or the respondent provide a list of the new fields to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for maintenance in the file.
To the assessor recorder with a copy to the task force.
right.
Yes.
And then copy us on correspondence, too.
Yeah.
I'm unclear. We're not closing those complaints. We're just starting a new baseline.
It's still the same file.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, and I believe the understanding is that you will provide specific fields of requested data to the assessor recorder's office.
And if I may, if Mr. Victor can please start his baseline over, so when he gives you the packet, that it doesn't have all this other stuff.
So I don't have to see this again?
Yeah, right.
that
Now,
was-
never
All
again.
those tables? No. The
Nope,
teeny
nope.
tiny print?
It
No,
won't
no.
happen.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
all right.
Can I just add one more thing? Happy that we're starting a new baseline. It's a little bit discouraging to our department that the work that we've done over the last 2 years for this item is now going to be put aside and not considered any of it, because a lot of what we've done, a lot of the spreadsheets, a lot of the time and effort, it's a little bit discouraging and disappointing to our staff that that's not going to be a part of the conversation going forward. Happy to do it, but it's just a little disappointing.
I think we're bearing that in mind. I think it's just for purpose of clarifying the request back and forth. It's starting over. It's not like that goes away.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure it wasn't, like you said, just thrown out.
No, it's the same file. It's all there.
Thank you.
We're just
And-
not going to have it in our packet for next time.
And going forward, I think the task force is interested in Mr. Mooney's requests and your responses, less so the tables and the actual responsive records.
Excellent.
Keep
Thank you,
talking
guys.
about it. We don't need to see that part of it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, at this time, let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 20 till 7. Okay.
Notice for a minute.
Okay. Right, the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of February 3rd, 2016 is called back to order at 6:40. Ms. Osbury, would you call item number 6?
Okay. Item number 6, file 15165, complaint filed by William Clark against Tom Ducaney of the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67-1C for failure to add language listed in the Administrative Code Section 67.7-1C to notices of public meeting or hearing.
Okay, first, do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none, without objection. At this time, Mr. Clark, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Task Force members. I'll try and keep this very simple and brief. This complaint involves a violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7-1 public notice requirements, subsection C. That section says if the notice informs the public of a public meeting or hearing, then the notice shall state that persons who are unable to attend the public meeting or hearing may submit to the city by the time the proceeding begins written comments regarding the subject of the meeting or hearing, that these comments will be made part of the official public record and that the comments will be brought to the attention of the person or persons conducting the public meeting or hearing. The notice shall also state the name and address of the person or persons to whom those written comments should be submitted. The Arts Commission isn't doing that, and I would like to point out that in Section 6729-2, Internet Access, that it states that each department of the City and County of San Francisco shall maintain on a worldwide website or on a comparable, readily accessible location on the Internet information that it is required to make publicly available. Each department is encouraged to make publicly available through its website as much information and as many documents as possible concerning its activities. At a minimum, within 6 months after enactment of this provision, each department shall post on its worldwide website all meeting notices required under this ordinance, agendas, and the minutes of all previous meetings of its policy bodies for the last 3 years. Notices and agendas shall be posted no later than the time that the department otherwise distributes this information to the public, allowing a reasonable time for posting. And now, the Arts Commission is a policy body as defined in Section 67.3D, subsection D, subsection C, 3, 4, and 5. Their committees are policy bodies. And Section 67.C, subsection A, says that the department shall establish times and places for regular meetings. And what's happening is that there's nothing anywhere on the Arts Commission website where it lists its notice of where it holds its meetings, that people are in any notices it sends out to the public when it sends out a notice to the public that a meeting is taking place. There's nothing on any of those documents or anywhere the language that's required in Section 67.7-1 subs see. And I'm requesting you folks clarify whether or not this is required, because what it does, it means that the Art Commission is putting up notices of its meetings, then posting its agenda, but on nowhere in any of that says, hey, if you can't make it to the meeting, you can submit some information which will be given to the chair, and that will be included in the hearing. For instance, and I'll give you an example. For instance, the Street Arts Committee meets every 2 months. However, this month there's going to be a special meeting of the Street Arts Committee, which we're just being made aware of that it's going to be on February 18th, and that's going to deal with some real important matters regarding the budget and regarding the Art Commission's attempt to completely change the street arts program. This meeting is being calendared as a special meeting this month, and when they notified the public, they did not notify anyone, well, gee, if you can't make it to this meeting, please, send us here. You can send us this information, any comments you have, anything you thought you have about what we're discussing, and we'll forward that to the committee, and that will be included in the agenda. And I feel that if this is not interpreted in the sense that I'm presenting it to you, and not the way the Art Commission is going to present it to you, then the public is being doing a disservice, because they're being told that they're going to be notified of meetings, but not informed that they can, if they can't make it to that meeting, that they can have information forwarded to the committee and included in that hearing. That's the basic rundown of what it is. I'll answer any other questions if you have it.
Okay. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay. Seeing none, is Ms. Patterson?
Hi, Kate Patterson, Director of Communications, San Francisco Arts Commission. So I concur with Mr. Clark. Just some clarification around this would be most appreciated, since the Arts Commission is very eager to comply and have the correct language in our agendas. We did inquire with the city attorney about 67.7-1, and our city attorney basically said that it only applies to public notices to be given to residents residing within a specific area to inform those residents of a matter that may impact their property or that neighborhood area. And if such an occasion arises, the language set forth in 67.7-1C should be included in the meeting agenda. This language is not required, however, for most regular meetings. So that was the information we received from the city attorney. Again, if this group feels otherwise, some clarification and some guidance, we are happy to accept that advice and make any adjustments.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, the matter is with the task force. Member Pilpel?
Just a couple of things. I think I agree with the department's position and the city attorney on this one. The language of 67.7-1 is kind of awkward. I'm thinking back in the deep recesses of my mind that I think this was a Leland Yee amendment to the ordinance that happened before it went on the ballot as Prop G, and I think he was concerned. Some people might remember Leland. Never mind. I think he was concerned about notices for certain projects in areas that people might object to, and wanted to be sure that the notice was stated clearly, and that if there was a hearing, that if anyone was unable to attend, that they had some ability to send in comments that would be considered part of the record, for whatever that means. I think it's awkward language in the ordinance now because it's interpreted, or some may interpret it as applying to meetings or things like that, and I'm not sure that it was, and I think it's kind of in an awkward place. I think it's actually related to it might be Chapter 78. That's the Citizens' Right to Know Act in the admin code. Okay. Anyway, sorry, stuff in my head. I do note though that on our agenda and on agendas of the Board of Soups and most boards and commissions, if you look at the bottom of page 6 of just the agenda itself, it's got a nice little statement. Each member of the public who is unable to attend the public meeting or hearing may submit to the city by the time the hearing begins written comments regarding the agenda items. These comments will be made a part of the official public record, and written communication should be submitted to the SOTF at room 244, blah. I don't think there's any, to Ms. Patterson, I don't think there's any harm in including that statement, and I don't know if that's already part of your standard stuff.
I believe it is, and
Okay.
if, with your permission, I can just call up an agenda and we can check.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And again, I think it's sort of good practice. I think, if we hold meetings so as to take public comment and testimony, and if people aren't able to attend, they certainly can provide written stuff. We get stuff even late that we get handed out at the meetings, and it influences us. And I think this is just sort of a statement of fact. I don't think it's, sort of carving new law in any meaningful way. And I think including the statement is fine. I'm not sure that I would tend to find a violation, however, but it just seems like it's a good practice.
Yeah, this one, if you look at 67.7-1C all by itself, which is how I've read it in the past, but how it was when I first encountered it in our packet, I went, oh, this is a clear violation. And then I went and looked at the ordinance, and it's part of a specific section looking at public notice requirements for projects possibly affecting neighbors.
It's a different sort of concept.
Yeah, it is. But by itself, if you don't look at the section it's in, then it would apply to all the public meetings.
Right.
So.
And perhaps when we rewrite the ordinance, it should be more clear to do so. But
No, I agree. It's this is an interesting matter. I was happy to see this one. Haven't thought about this before.
And while you're calling that up, I assume, Ms. Patterson, that the suggested edits page was what came back from Susan Dawson when she was in the office?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to refer to that. What page is it?
Page 361 of the packet.
Okay, 361. Honestly, I just don't remember.
Okay. Anyway, on the bottom it says users K. Patterson, so it looks like it was something that you had saved in your local thing. And in a separate email on page 363 from Susan Dawson, it says
Well, I had made some suggestions to Sharon Page Ritchie initially, and then Sharon basically was like, well, I don't actually think this applies to this.
Right.
And then it went to Susan Dawson. So it could be my initial attempt to sort of comply with this.
Anyway, somebody was working on this.
Yeah.
Most of these make sense, but there are a couple of things here, like the thing in the middle about lobbying with the Ethics Commission. It really is local legislative or administrative.
Well, I would just want us to be
Whatever.
uniform with all the other city agencies.
Right.
So, Sharon and I actually have a meeting on the agenda to actually talk about some of the agenda improvements you suggested last time.
Okay.
So we can dive into this and just sort of make sure that whatever we're using is what everyone else is using, because I just want to make sure we're doing,
And this is another example of where we're still referring to Frank Darby. I've seen things that refer to Adele. This is really reminding me as an EOT project that we should come up with a memo in coordination with the city attorney and the mayor's office on disability of what the standard boilerplate for agendas should be, because it's inconsistent across the city and it's not all up to date. So that we really should do that, and maybe that's something to talk about at a meeting of the commission secretaries. I think that's kind of a good place to do that.
So I don't see the exact language that you include that was mentioned earlier. So if you want to provide that to us, I'm happy. No, the one that's in your agenda that you said.
I'm saying
I'm sorry?
it's on our agenda. Page 6.
Okay. So we'll just incorporate that. That's easy enough.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And not just on the Arts Commission, but the committees, street artists,
Yeah, well,
everywhere.
whatever we do is sort of applied uniformly across all meetings.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think this is an example of like a good fix. Thank you to the clerks, or one of them, both of them, for bringing this to our attention. I hope we'll make this fix. Sounds like they were amenable to it.
So you have, would you like to, oh, wait, any rebuttal? Okay, so.
Well, I'd like to respectfully disagree with you, ma'am, that this section can, if you want to say it's ambiguous, that's something else, but this section, the title is Public Notice Requirements. Now, that refers to several different types of public notices, some of which departments are required to make public notices of their hearings. It's broken down specifically into 3 subsections to delineate the difference. Subsection A does relate to a notice that is mailed to a small group of residents to inform them that there's going to be some sort of a hearing regarding their area. Subsection B also refers to information that should be included in that specific notice. But subsection C says if the notice informs the public of a public meeting or hearing. It doesn't say if the notice to the residents informs them. It specifically says contains language which is actually ministerial in effect, that if the notice informs the public, that's the general public, of a public hearing, so, a public meeting or hearing, then the notice should contain this language. And the Arts Commission hasn't included that at all. I asked them to do that, and they refused to do that, and then they got the city attorney opinion saying what you thought. But I think that the section 67.7-1 refers to all public notices that are given out by any department in the city, not just the ones that relate to small groups of people. And that's why it was put in that subsection C, that when it is a public notice that's in general to the entire public that gives notice, then it should contain this additional language, because subsection A and B are not necessarily hearings and meetings where there's an agenda, but that there's just an issue that involves the local residents in that area. So I think that for the protection of the general public, that this should be clarified, that the departments should be required to put this language on their websites where they have the notices of their meetings, so that the public can be aware that this is what they can do, because we haven't been allowed to do this. If we send if we say we can't go to a meeting and we send information to the Arts Commission, they don't forward that information to the committee. I feel that, okay, sorry. And I feel that this is a very important matter, that the general public is being misled, because their public input is being, I'm not saying deliberately, but is being made to be discouraged because this isn't being enforced.
Thank you. The matter is now at the task force. Not yet. Do I hear a motion? Okay. So what we've heard is that the Arts Commission and all of its committees will start putting this paragraph in their agendas.
That's what we want.
Right.
So I guess I'm not feeling a violation, but I am appreciative, and maybe we can just incorporate in the minutes that we're appreciative of the Arts Commission's willingness to do this.
And I think that when the Sunshine Ordinance is amended, this should be clarified. There should be a similar paragraph in the section regarding agendas.
And otherwise, I would say mission accomplished.
Yeah. And this was a great case to bring before us.
Thank you.
And kind of an easy fix. So why don't we take public comment on?
Well, first off, there are a couple of issues. First off, Susan Dawson is not the attorney of record of the Arts Commission. She left on 12/1/15. So immediately after she wrote, it wasn't a memo, it was an email, and it mainly pertained, she didn't finish reading it, it mainly pertained to what they were going to do with amending the bylaws because there is no attorney of record. And there still isn't one. So from the time that email was written, no effort has been made to comply, and that was way back, I believe in October, when that original email came out. I actually went through from October 2015 until the most recent full commission meeting of a few days ago, and not one of the agendas had that one sentence thing on the bottom. So as far as looking for direction and this and that, that's another spin of Kate Patterson. I also looked at Robert's Rules of Orders, and in section 1.2 of written communications, page 5, it talked about this specific thing, not in the context of something else, not related to something else. It was specifically having to do with the fact that if a member of the public wanted to submit some written public comment 72 hours before a meeting, that they would do it through the commission secretary. It would be given to the chair and members of that specific committee, and it would sit in a legislative file for, I think, 90 days before it goes into another type of file. So from my point of view, once again, no effort has been made on the part of the Arts Commission to comply at all. In fact, she's purposely not read the entire email in question.
Hello, Robert Clark. Very quickly, I appreciate what the Art Commission is doing and how we feel about how this will solve the problem. And I hope that if the Art Commission is willing to put this up on their page, on their web page where their notices are, that they do it before the the February 18th special meeting at the Street Arts Committee, so that when street artists get that agenda, they'll know that they can send something in to the city so that if they can't attend that meeting. I kind of feel like, though, that, this is a violation of Section C, because it's the law, and the law in the Sunshine Ordinance clearly states what Section C is, and that if the notice informs the public of a public meeting, then that notice shall state this information. And even though there may be some question of whether or not the city attorney feels like, well, this is really meant to be for this other thing, I think the law, as it's stated, has to be enforced the way it is. And the law clearly states under Section C that it's a violation if they don't put that information up for the public. And all I'm requesting, either way it goes, I'll be happy if the fact is from this point on the Art Commission puts that information on their webpage, on all their agendas, so that the public is aware of it. But I really think technically, if you go by the letter of the law, that the Art Commission has violated it and, should be found in violation.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Osbury, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Just for clarity on this item 6, you're finding no violation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No action taken. Matter concluded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 15114, complaint filed by Ann Traboa against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 6725 and 27 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely or complete manner, and failure to provide justification for withholding information. Just would like to add, On December 15, 2015, the Compliance Amendments Committee heard this matter. Anne Trimbeau stated she did not receive all requested documents. The Arts Commission stated a copy of the restraining order was provided, and that the Ethics Commission reviewed this matter and ruled in favor of the Arts Commission. The Compliance Amendments Committee referred this matter to Sunshine Task Force without recommendation.
All right.
Through the chair.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Hyland?
Just a quick question on procedure here. Given the number of cases coming up, I just want to make sure that the committee understands that these have all been, I guess, vetted by the Complaints Committee, and they have made recommendations, not made recommendations, et cetera, for each of these cases. Is that correct?
All but this one, I believe.
Right. We heard
Okay.
all of them.
Okay.
They're different. There's a lot of variety here.
Okay.
And there were three, the first three that are on the
Not this
agenda.
one.
Right.
The first one, the current one, file number 15114. We weren't able to make a determination, so
Okay.
referred it to the full task force, and then we found violations on the next two, and then no violations for the remaining ones.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
let me just ask to be clear, because item 7 doesn't list an A and a B. Are we hearing item 7 now as a de novo hearing, and so we need to find jurisdiction?
The committee did find jurisdiction. There's no need to take another vote on it. However, this is a de novo hearing on the merits of the complaint.
Right.
Good.
Okay, so we're just going into the complaint on item 7.
Right.
Boom, bang, boom. Okay, then.
DCA 3?
So, through the chair, as I understand the procedure, the complaint committee makes recommendations to the task force, which are then voted on and accepted or not accepted. So, the complaint committee may have made found jurisdiction, but that also should be a recommendation to the task force, which they should vote on.
So, through
The finding of jurisdiction. Okay. All right.
Through the chair, back to DCA 3. In the cases where the complaint committee has done both those pieces, what requirements do we have to reopen the case, if you like? Or can we discuss merely the recommendations? I'm just trying to get the mechanics down here.
Yeah.
Through the chair to Member Highland, the recommendation is just that. The task force is free to disregard the recommendation and hear the matter de novo if it wishes to do so.
Okay.
But my understanding of the way the practice has operated in effect is that it would then be scheduled for a future hearing, because if there is a recommendation, there has already been one hearing, and if the task force is rejecting that recommendation, the parties are not necessarily prepared to have a full hearing at the task force at that point.
That's the way we've been doing this. So
So-
we would not hear this tonight. We would.
Accept or reject.
Well,
Right.
let me clarify. I think when we talked earlier about the procedures, there was like 1, 2, and 3. I think 1 is a recommendation to. Wait. Okay. 1 is a recommendation to find a violation. We've got some of those later on. 2 is a recommendation to not find a violation. We've got those later on. 3 is to refer the matter to the task force for de novo hearing because the committee was unable to make a recommendation one way or the other. In those instances, and I think this is an item 3 type of thing, I think when we do this next time, it should have had an A and a B, because I think then we just go through the item. It's not that we're rejecting the recommendation of the committee, we're just holding a de novo hearing because the committee was unable to get anywhere with it, and so we would go through it as if it had first appeared here, like original jurisdiction. So we would go through A and B and hold a hearing, because there's nothing to reject. What, we're going to reject the recommendation and send it back to committee? No.
Through the chair.
Does that make sense?
I think what Mr. Pilpel is saying is appropriate for item 7.
Right.
But
Not for the others.
The remaining items, as DCA 3 told us, we are merely
accept or reject. Right.
Taking or rejecting complaint committee's recommendations. We are not hearing those individual items.
We'll hear a summary, but we're not.
Let me finish. If they require being heard, then they'll be scheduled on a future agenda as a complete objection.
So this, number 7, we should determine that we will hear this in the future.
No.
So
No, this one we're hearing now.
we're hearing now, okay.
Okay.
I believe we'll just take a vote on jurisdiction.
Okay, we'll take a vote
I'll
on,
move to clear up any problems, I will move to find jurisdiction with regard to item 7.
Second.
At the full task force.
all right. Is there any public comment? Saying none without objection. All right, so now we will hear the case on its merits. This is a full hearing. Ms. Trudeau, you have 5 minutes to present your side of the case.
Okay, I think this case is confused with 15014. Instead, it's marked 15144. And basically what happened at the complaint committee was that there were 3 members there.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there. This case is marked as 15114.
I know, and that's
You
what
said something different.
Yes,
So if
what
you want
I-
to start again, you can have your time.
15014,
Right.
which is justification of withholding. There was no cite of the Sunshine Ordinance as to why documents were withheld, which documents were going to be withheld, and it was referred to the full task force for a hearing because there was so much irrelevant information provided by Patterson that you had to look to find 5 bullet points, which was the document request itself. So in the memo of DCA 3, it was which documents weren't provided to me, and I'm supposed to explain which ones weren't. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Also, I don't do it anymore. If I do happen to get Kay Patterson on the phone, she'll slam the phone down. I don't know why. I don't know what it's about, but I don't bother to do that anymore because when I get emails from her, they're either 4 or 5 of the same ones, which make it extremely confusing, or it's just so laden with irrelevant documents or irrelevant information that you're overwhelmed by it. So of the 5 bullet points on that document request, the information that I did not get was I asked for a police report, any investigative reports. She just basically stood up at the hearing and said, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not entitled to the information, they're not going to give it, and that was that. It actually forced me to go to 850 Bryant Street to see if there were any police reports under my name, and there were in fact none. So it leads me to wonder, what exactly is going on there. So that the sections of the ordinance that I felt applied were 6727A, 6724, and 6726. So I have not gotten any documentation at all from the Arts Commission. This is not an ongoing investigation by any means. There's no reason not to even identify which documents they have or which ones they're not going to give over. Instead, I got that very long-winded, lecturous, nonsensical thing having nothing to do with documents at all. So that's it. I felt that the site that she gave was completely irrelevant. I did win an ethics hearing last year, but that's irrelevant to the case here. All she had to do was cite a section in the Sunshine Ordinance. She didn't have to go through the long-winded minutes of this and that that had nothing to do with why she's not giving over documents. So I feel they violated on 2 aspects. First off, of the 5 bullet points, not one of the documents were turned over to me. There was no inventory of this is what we have, this is what we're not going to give to you, and this is the reason why. It was just, we're not going to give it to you, and that's all there is to it. So I felt that it could be withholding kept to a minimum. It could be helping the requester. It could be the justification of withholding simply because she didn't cite a section of the Sunshine Ordinance, which is the exact same reason why I won the ethics hearing. They just said, we're not going to give you the documents. They have to cite a section of the code. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, the respondent, Ms. Patterson.
Move this. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, hi everyone. Kate Patterson, Director of Communications of the San Francisco Arts Commission. So I'm looking at an email received on July 27, 2015, which is the original request for information, and it states the following. Request all documentation concerning a statement made by Rebecca Krell in an email that, quote unquote, I harassed SFAC staff and is documented. Another quote follows, I harassed SFAC commissioners and it is documentaries. I'm just reading this verbatim. I am prevented from entering 25 NS, quote unquote. Request all documents concerning these statements. I'm making this request pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance. So I responded with documents that were germane to her being prevented from entering 25 NS, which at the time was the location of the Arts Commission. So those documents included an explanation from the city attorney that was relevant to the current restraining order that is, that Commissioner Barbara Sklar has to prevent further harassment from Ms. Trabue, Ms. Datesh. So I provided those documents, and I included a copy of the restraining order, which is a document that our office had. But then when it comes to the extensive email documentation regarding both harassment of commissioners and staff, we withheld it, citing we did citing the California evidence code, yes, sorry. And we also cited a recent case that was against the Arts Commission, that was heard at the Ethics Commission, that was brought against us by Ms. Datesh Trabue because she had requested documentation pertaining to someone who had accused her of harassment, and we chose to hold those documents because in order to protect the person's identity so that that person would not be subject to further harassment. So based on the same premise, and we did this as well, we withheld the documents to the Ethics Commission as well, and they found in favor of us based on the California Evidence Code. Again, it's really a question of safety, and we want to protect the identities of those who've come forward to discuss disturbing behavior on the part of Ms. Trabue. And it's no different than a whistleblower request. For example, it's important to protect anonymity, especially when there is a record of harassing behavior. So I do feel that we provided her with the records that we had. We also provide rationale on why we withheld certain documents. And then anything else related to her own, like any other criminal activity and like police reports, those are not documents the Arts Commission has. We are the Arts Commission. We do not, hold on, those are not, we provided her with the one document that we had, and that was all we had. So that is our perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I feel like I provided all the documentation, and Victor did a lovely job, I think, of including all the correspondence, which I think is very clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matters with the task force.
Through the chair, I
Highland?
had a question. Did you guys hear this and weren't able to make a determination, or you've not heard this in compliance?
No, we did hear it.
We did hear it, but we were confused.
I can see why. Okay.
It's very confusing.
Excuse me. We will. You might take a seat until we're ready for some questions.
I was going to ask if you recall if we were close to anything, because I don't even recall if we even really touched it, with the exception of hearing it.
I had already left. I think this was probably at the end.
I don't recall where it was, but we did hear this, and there were.
I think you had already left, David.
Yeah, no, it was. We were just really lost about what had been requested and what had been provided, and
Perhaps.
and it had been a very long night.
Through the chair, maybe we can, look more closely at DCA Threet's questions he poses on his memo. First one, what records does the complainant allege should have been provided that have not yet been provided? The infamous Lou Fisher question. And number two, what records does the complainant allege were withheld without being properly justified? So perhaps Ms. Trabou can approach.
Well, first up, I want to say for the past 3 years, I keep correcting.
Ms. Trabou, I'm going to stop you right there. We've had this discussion before at EOTC. So I'm not interested in personal attack or what you have.
I don't even. My name is Trabou, and it's been for 3 years. And
Ms.
I would
Trabou,
really appreciate it if she calls me by my name. I mean,
all right, but my point is, I gave you a specific question. I'm not interested in the side attacks. Okay, that we're not going to tolerate that here. So, the question is, what documents, what records do you feel you have not been provided?
Firstly, I asked for all police reports, investigative reports, inter-office emails regarding so-called harassment of San Francisco staff employees. I did not get that. There is no reason for me not to get it because it's not an ongoing investigation. I know I haven't done it, but I would like to see it, or I would like a reason why I wouldn't get it. Second off, I asked for, I did not ask for a copy of a restraining order. I asked for, once again,
Ms. Trabou, I'm going to stop you there again. There's 5 items listed here.
Can you read them off, because I couldn't find them in the book.
Sure. So the first item was documents related to CCH 1557694, police reports, phone logs, evidence, name of inspector.
I did not get any of that. What she supplied was a petition for a restraining
That's fine.
order.
That's all I need to hear. Number 2, all inter-office emails between SFAC and SFCA's office concerning so-called harassment of SFAC.
I did not
employees.
get anything.
Okay. All emails, that's number 3, all emails between SFAC and Allegra Fortunuti, 2014 to 15.
I did get that.
Okay. So we can cross that off. Number 4, all inter-office emails between SFAC commissioner and the SFAC concerning so-called harassment of a SFAC employee.
No.
Okay. And lastly, all police reports, phone tapes, and dates and times when these so-called events occurred.
No, I did not get that.
Just off the bat, that's pretty voluminous. I'm just going to say that. Okay. If you can just sit down, please. If you could approach, please. And if you can address those 5 items. She said she got number 3. And do you want me to reread them, or do you have them?
Could you reread them, and I'll just respond to each of them?
Great.
That's great.
So
Thanks.
the first one is documents related to case CCH 155-76914.
Okay, I sent her the only document in our possession, which was a copy of her restraining order.
Okay. And number 2, all inter-office emails between the SFAC and the SFCA's office concerning so-called harassment of SFAC employees.
We did not provide those. With regard to the city attorney emails, that's client privilege. And again, anything related to harassment of staff by Ms. Trabou, I will note that in her legal document is Ditesh, but Ms. Trabou, that is, again, we cited the California Evidence Code for reason for withholding.
Okay. That also answers number 4, which is also between SFAC commissioners. Okay. And then lastly, all police reports, phone tapes, dates, and times. You wouldn't have that anyway.
We don't have that.
Thank you. Okay. So it looks like you have provided 1 and 3, and 2, 4, and 5 or 2 and 4 are withheld, and 5 is not within your domain.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
That was a very organized approach. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hyland.
All right.
Member Pilpel?
I may largely agree, but I may be off slightly on this. I think that the Arts Commission's kind of lengthy July 29th response refers largely to the Ethics Commission finding, and I'm not sure I'm seeing clearly in there that on this same basis, we're declining to release responsive records, or that we are affirmatively citing Evidence Code 1040 or other bases for non-disclosure. So I was leaning towards a 67.27 violation, but maybe not. To the extent that there are additional records that exist that the department is declining to release, I'm wondering if there's a way to provide, if not all of them, some of them in a redacted form that doesn't identify the complainant, but does offer like the date of the event or some other information that might be useful to Ms. Datesh. And I'm also thinking out loud that, I guess I'd have to think very carefully about 1040 and 1041 and how they apply here. The discussion that I recall at the Ethics Commission was, I think, about information about Ms. Datesh and whether she was properly using her street artist permit or blah, blah, blah. This is about information that might go to whether or not there was sufficient evidence to support the restraining order between Ms. Datesh Trabeau and Commissioner Sklar, which is a different issue from the use of the street artist permit. So this gets kind of complicated, and I'm just thinking whether or not there's other documents that could be released, even redacted, and even if there aren't, whether the Arts Commission response properly explains the basis for withholding. Did that? Anybody?
Vice Chair Hyland?
I think there was a question there to Ms.
Yeah, I think what you've done is, you've got the part two of this, as I see it, which is how appropriate was the withholding. And I think, we've addressed what you got, what you didn't get. I think 3 of the items are good. There's 2 items left. Can they claim, and perhaps the DCA 3 can weigh in on that. I am seeing something here in the memo about the Ethics Commission upholding the Arts Commission on that. Am I interpreting that correctly? The question was DCA 3. At the bottom of page 377, on May 27, 2015, the Ethics Commission held a hearing on ethics complaint.
Through the chair to Member Hyland, that is actually from the letter that came from the commission. That's a quote from them, so you should probably ask them that question.
Okay.
So, can I get some thoughts from Ms. Patterson on?
So I just want to clarify that the issue before the Ethics Commission was not about whether or not Ms. Datesh, whether it was not about her license. What it was about was that she had requested documents that were related to a complaint that another street artist made against her, okay? And it was against Rebecca Krell, and we withheld that document. And at the time, we had failed to actually provide a proper citation because I was on maternity leave.
It was the justification of withholding while you were out.
Yeah, while I was out.
But it wasn't the harassment thing. It was a street artist issue.
It was a street artist. It was a street artist who was complaining about Mr. Boo and about her harassing her.
And it wasn't John Tanui, it was somebody else.
It was someone else, yes.
Excuse me.
And the reason why the document was withheld, because there was no way to redact it without revealing the identity of the person.
Okay, nope.
And so through this process...
Why did you do it at the Ethics Commission?
Because we had withheld, so I was on maternity leave, and the person filling in for me was not aware that she had to provide a rationale for a reason for withholding the document.
And did we refer it to the Ethics?
I don't remember the exact.
No, she found a way to bring it straight there.
It went right to ethics.
It was.
And so basically,
they reviewed it in camera. I'm telling you, it got really weird.
So, and it kind of went 2 rounds. So basically through this process, it really clarified for the Arts Commission that as this, and then I say this in my letter to Ms. Tribou, that as the subject of this request, she's the central figure in a number of complaints involving harassment, which are on file, and including a 3-year restraining order that a commissioner currently has, and that we really feel, and this is the stance of our director, this is the stance of the agency, that we really feel that it's important, it's our duty to protect the identities of those who complain, because we do not want the harassment to escalate. And I then went in to remind her that this very same issue was heard at ethics, and this is the rationale for withholding. I cited the California Evidence Code. I also talked about the Public Records Act. But it
actually isn't exactly the same issue. It was, again, about a complaint involving Ms. Tribou, but as a street artist. This particular request is about underlying documents to support the restraining order with Commissioner Sklar, which are different issues. I get that she's a central figure in all this, but it was in a slightly different context, and I'm not sure that you can directly import the same logic. You can, approximate, but I think you have to have your own basis for non-disclosure of any documents about the restraining order. And again, even if you redact completely the complainant or the source of a confidential complaint, I think there's some header information and some metadata that's probably subject to disclosure. And so I question whether a complete withholding of any substance that supported the restraining order is appropriate here. I get that you want to protect but you can still find a way to do that while heavily redacting some report that you've got on file, I'm thinking. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I need some help from DCA 3 or any other attorneys in the room on this one. So, do you think there's something that could be disclosed to Ms. Tribou?
Chair Washburn, without having seen the documents, I couldn't answer that question. Section Evidence Code 1041 protects the identity of the folks who've complained or are informants, and that's not merely information that, such as the name and specific identifiers, but it also would include information about an incident that would reveal the identity of the person who made the complaint. So in order to appropriately analyze it, you would have to have, for example, Member Pilpo mentioned that at the Ethics Commission there seemed to be an in-camera review. Well, that's typically what has to happen when you're in court and you're invoking 1041 and the court has to make a decision. Because it's a very fact-intensive analysis.
And I had lots of issues around the process, and I actually asked for the city attorney memo that allowed them to review in camera, which we've never done, and I was denied that memo, and I'm still looking to get that. Could we ask Ms. Patterson if you are...
May I?
Not yet.
May I?
No, please be seated.
She's presented the facts of the case completely wrong.
Be seated. We're trying to figure out what's going on here.
I will tell you what's going on. I was there. She wasn't.
So, Ms. Patterson, are you familiar with the documents that you're declining to disclose?
Oh, yes. I've reviewed all of them.
Okay. Can you generally describe them without revealing who the complainant or complainants are? Can you tell us,
Absolutely.
Is this 5 pages of thing? Is it 50?
They detail calls at appropriate hours. They detail, harassment on public transportation. They detail... harassment in the workplace. They also include, showing up at people's commissioners' workplaces unannounced. They're extensive. They go back many years. And there's also one, an employee who was sexually harassed via the internet. So they're extensive and they're very disturbing, and I have all of them. And so where I just respectfully disagree, I think, I see your point. I see your point about the difference in the cases, but for us, really, this subject matter, the harassment is really the critical part. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very large file, and I have seen all of it.
Okay.
It also, I should say, it also discusses other active restraining orders from other members of the public.
Okay, so hold on, don't go too far. And this is not just one single employee, this is
Commissioners and
employees over a long period of time, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Okay, and was this information, to your knowledge, filed with the court in support of granting the restraining order? Do you have any information about that?
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I think that was, I believe all of the documentation was Commissioner Sklar's documentation for this particular, yeah.
Because I saw the declaration of Commissioner Sklar that was in the file on this. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
That's public.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's a very summary. Okay.
Yes.
The response to this particular public records request, did you review this carefully with the city attorney, both your folks and potentially Margaret Baumgartner on this? I mean, I want to know how much, this is not a decision to not release that you made lightly. I get that you've got internal policy, but you vetted this?
Well, basically, I felt that the rationale that we had come to around the ethics case applied to this. So I don't think I conferred with this. I did not confer with the city attorney on this particular case because I felt that I had enough basis to. It was the same to me. In my mind, it's the same. Basically, it's the same. It's the protecting the identity of someone who is basically claiming harassment.
I understand. I'm just thinking of ways to more heavily redact and make available with just dates or things.
I mean, honestly, I think if I got rid of a name, if I got, it would still be.
No, it may be like fully blacked out. We've seen things that have
Exactly.
literally just the date and everything else blacked out, and that may be, a redacted document that's subject to release.
I mean, yeah.
And this might actually be one where Ms. Ditesh Turbo, might want to go to the city attorney as a supervisor of records and have them do a careful analysis. Because we haven't been able to review in camera.
I think what I'm hearing from Ms. Patterson, and again echoing what DCA Threet said, I think the nature of the information in each individual restraining order or incident report or whatever it is probably revealing, even heavily redacted, and that's the point. Now, I think your suggestion for Ms. I'm going to call her the complainant tonight. The complainant is probably a good one to have the supervisor of record address that question. How much can I get redacted? Let them feel that question rather than us guessing at what's in there.
Right.
An analysis has to be done. We don't have that material. We can't see that material. The buck stops there. I think that's a great suggestion.
What's the process for getting that to happen?
She'd have to make a request.
Through the chair, the process is set out in the ordinance itself. It's one of the subsections. I think it's just before the one about filing a complaint with the task force. It's a separate procedure.
21D,
and it requires that the complainant petition the supervisor of record. There is a link on the city attorney's website for that purpose, and it can be filed at that point.
I mean, can I just ask to both parties, would you be willing to make that request? You're certainly familiar with the supervisor of records process.
No, I would not. If I could please clarify the misinformation that's been put forth one more time. First up, the basis of the Ethics Commission complaint was I received a warning that I was...
Excuse me, we're... I think we need to move on with this. We have many more cases, and at this point in time,
those documents.
Excuse me. The way we see that you can move forward is to go to the supervisor of records. We cannot go any further with this now.
I have done that.
Excuse me.
There are no documents.
Let's do rebuttals.
Okay. All right, Ms. Patterson.
Great.
Trying to help.
Yeah.
I don't have anything really else to add. I think really, and I especially, on behalf of the Director of the Arts Commission, really the safety of SFAC personnel and really protecting the identities of folks who have made reports to us is paramount. And I feel that we have provided sufficient rationale for withholding these documents. And I think that we would resist providing these documents based on the same premise. Of course, we will provide what we can if we can. But again, I think if the safety or the comfort level of certain staff is
Compromised.
Is in jeopardy.
Or impacted, then we would just evaluate and make a decision at that point.
Thank you. Ms. Chabot, you have 3 minutes.
Firstly, the reason why I went to the Ethics Commission is because I received a notice of a warning that when I was out on the street, I was supposed to have interfered with the duties of a staff person. I did not find any evidence in that, which is why I asked for the documents related to this, did not receive anything, and did not receive a justification for withholding, which is why the Ethics Commission ruled for a lack of justification of withholding. What they asked for in the in-camera interview was evidence of this Howard Lazar claiming that I somehow did something to him while I was out on the street working. There was no evidence. The email that the Arts Commission supplied, I saw it. It had absolutely nothing to do with the thing at hand. This long-winded tirade, or whatever you may call it, of this extensive fear people have of me or Arts Commission staff or commissioners is completely unfounded, because if these events, such as she described, were to have occurred, there would have been police reports. There are none. I've been to 850 Bryant Street. I've filed petitions with the supervisor of records, and there are none. So that these events did not happen. In addition, what she continues to claim, that there are active restraining orders on me, is completely false also. There is one, and because the Arts Commission did not bother to consult their city attorney, they are going on the petition itself. The petition is not the legal document, it's the final restraining order. And the mistake that they continue to make is that they don't seek legal advice. When this restraining order issued, I wasn't even in the state. Their offices were at 25 Van Ness Avenue. Somehow, she's misconstrued it in her head that somehow I am barred from 401 Van Ness Avenue. That's not in the restraining order, which is why I have an appeal in the State Court of Appeal. So these documents that I was asking for was to review them just to see if there was anything that I could include in my opening brief. There are no documents. This is all fabrication that this woman has put forward, and that's why she can't bring forth any evidence. Fear, this and that. If I were actually doing all the terrible things that she claims that I have done, where are the police reports? It would be with an inspector by now. I go chasing after commissioners. I go in people's offices. I don't think so. This is a tactic the Arts Commission has used for probably 25 years, and I beat them every time. 4 appeals, denying me due process, and on and on.
Thank you. Member Pilpel.
Let me roll back something I said earlier. I think at this point I am relatively satisfied with the Arts Commission response. I'm not sure that I'm feeling a violation right this moment. I was earlier. I think it passed. I would ask the Arts Commission, if we don't find a violation, to retain all of these records, et cetera. And I would ask you to seriously consider asking the city attorney to review them and see if there's anything that can be disclosed, redacting the identity, redacting the particulars, redacting it. It can be lots of black, right? black is the new whatever. Sunshine. Yeah, black's the new sunshine. Never mind. That'll get misquoted. We use orange. And whether I don't know who you've got now. It's not Susan. It's whoever. But also check with Margaret. Clearly there are issues here. I'm not asking. I don't think the task force is asking for the identities of complainants or the particulars. We get that. Obviously, that's of great concern. But there may be some middle ground of a heavily redacted stack of stuff, and that would be nice. And I get that there's lots of other related issues here. That's where I am. Thanks.
Other members?
Through the chair, I think my inclination is to find no violation, but put in the record our suggestion to her to how to go to this, hold the supervisor records at the DCA, at the DA rather, and try and get that information that she's looking for.
Right. So we've made a suggestion to both parties, but we don't find any violation.
And if that did happen, it would go to someone who did not advise the Arts Commission. It would go to someone else in the office, so they have a wall on that.
Is there any public comment on our finding of no violation? Okay.
Action, matter concluded.
Matter concluded. Ms. Osbury, would you call item number 8, please?
Item number 8, file 5112, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.296 by failing to disclose on their website the amount and source of money, goods, or services worth more than $100 and provide it to the department for the purpose of carrying out or assisting any city functions. I'd like to add the Compliance Amendments Committee recommended that the Sunshine Task Force find a violation of 67.296 occurred, and on December 15, 2015, the Compliance Amendments Committee heard the matter. Arts Commission stated the Arts Commission was currently working with developers to create a new format for posting the required grant listing information online and welcomes any input from the task force. As of today, though, the Arts Commission, we have received an update from the Arts that the grant listing is now online, and a sample is provided in your packet. It was handed out, actually.
Oh, all right. I'll give members a minute to look for that.
There's a lot of stuff.
We were given a lot of...
Victor. I dropped mine.
I didn't get anything.
I dropped mine.
I saw it already. It's all the logos and stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
it's several pages. First page shows
That's a spreadsheet, yeah.
Friday, January 29th from Ms. Patterson to us.
Cool.
And there's a list of supporters, grants awarded. Wow, lots of grants, individual.
So while you guys are catching up on that, just throw my thoughts out, if I may. It looks like there was a violation at some point in time. It's since been corrected, but I think for the record, we should probably go ahead and find that violation and note that it's been satisfied, would be my recommendation. So that would be to accept the committee's recommendation and then add some updates based on that.
So I'm wondering, the other members, Member Pilpel, you've looked at this
Just
list.
quickly,
Is
yeah.
this...
Yeah, I think this is consistent, Kate. This is consistent with the discussion that we had at the committee, pretty much.
I'm sorry, aren't I supposed to present?
No. From this point onwards.
This is not a hearing.
From this point onwards, we're just taking recommendations of the previous committee. So if you want to take a seat, we'll call you up. If
You'll
we
have
need.
an opportunity.
This is the last comment.
Yes, this is the document that we actually had, so we didn't actually create a new document. I just conferred with our director development.
posting it.
Yeah, so, going forward, it might take a different shape, especially when we redo our website, but this is the document we had. We just made sure that those who wish to be anonymous were identified as such and just kind of cleaned it up.
Okay, and going forward, I think dates for individual donations would be
Yeah,
good. I
exactly.
think you only had it posted for prior years during that fiscal year.
Right.
And I'm not sure I cared for past years, but going forward, when you get something in the door.
Yeah, so this was, like I said, this is the document that existed that we modified and just made available on the
And
web.
your donate now section at the end here still has 25 Van Ness. So you
thanks.
probably want
Yes.
to check
Well,
all of the website
yes,
pages
thank
to be
you.
sure you got your new address.
Yes.
If we have any other thoughts on content of how this is posted, we can communicate that to you. I'm not sure that this needs to go back to committee. We talked about maybe or maybe not, but it seems like you've done the thing.
Yeah.
So that's good. Thank you.
At this time, is there a motion to?
Motion to accept the committee's recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Now is the time, Ms. Trudeau, that you can comment, or any other members of the public.
And you're commenting on the motion that we are finding a violation.
Yes, I actually did a lot of work on this, and what I have found is that there's quite a lot that is missing. I did go through this morning, and I found that posting up there, but it's not near comprehensive enough. I submitted some newspaper articles of the Blumberg Foundation and the amounts of money that were gifted to the Arts Commission. I don't see them in the packet. But I have pneumonia, so I've been in and out of the hospital, so maybe I didn't get them in on time. So this issue of the donations has been going on for a long time. The civil grand jury of 2012 found an enormous amount of $489,175 in additional funds from a variety of public and private funders. That was on page 8. The civic loan collection is not systematic, and in some of the documentation, which I also didn't see in the packet, was there when someone gifts some art to the civic collection, they must be accompanied by funds to maintain that specific art piece for 20 years, and that's on page 13 of the civil grand jury report. The San Francisco Symphony gets $2 million a year in donations from the Arts Commission. That should be posted on both sides, the Symphony website and the Arts Commission website. That's a strange thing that occurs, but it occurs. There's also free tickets, and that's in violation of the Fair Political Practice Committee. The free tickets are gifts. They should be listed as donations on this website. They're well over $100 each. So the Symphony donation is $800,000 a year to the Arts Commission, and that should, once again, be posted on their website. In the most recent executive committee meeting of January 25th, I listened to the audio, and in item number 4, Jill Manton maintains that a gift from MJM Management went to the Civic Center. $3,000 in donations to the City Hall funds should be posted on their website every year. That was in the supporting documents. In a civil grand jury report of 2013 called Ethics in the City, the public entity disclosure requirements they listed on page 7 clearly state that all city departments need to list donations. And the one that's the most disconcerting to me is something called Art Care. Art Care is under the umbrella of the San Francisco Arts Commission. This is not registered with the Attorney General's office.
Thank you, Ms.
There's no record of it.
Point of order.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Member Pilpel?
Yeah, just to Ms. Patterson, I mean, obviously it's... Yeah. Okay. I mean, obviously it's up to the chair if you want to refer it I'm not sure that we need to at this time. I think we could have a discussion at some point in the future citywide about how each department should list contributions under 29-6. I think this is good. I would just encourage where you've got grants and donations awarded to maybe list that as grants awarded, because later on you've got individual donations. Because the header under each fiscal year is a little confusing.
Okay, so you want the language to be grants awarded?
Grants awarded, and then later on it's individual donations.
Okay.
Unless there's some nuance there about donations from some of these entities that I'm not clear about. But
Well,
they look like
I think the ones that she referenced were actually, like people who donate an artwork and it comes with a maintenance fund. It's not a gift to the Arts Commission. It's actually a maintenance fund.
It's
so that's
more of a
separate.
bird.
Or like,
Well, okay.
Contributions that come through the 1% for Art
Right.
program that goes into the
I'm not
Public Art
talking about that.
Trust. So
Just
those are
what you have in
different.
here.
Yeah.
And-
They don't, yeah.
And for the moment, I would say probably just keep them going as far back as you have. At some point, when we have the discussion about how departments should list, we should probably figure out if they should be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, forever. For the moment, I would just continue to go back as far. They're not that many. It's
Well,
not
I would say that we'll just start the new format sort of going forward.
Yeah,
So,
but I would keep your stuff from 07, 08 and just continue
Yeah,
to
of
add to
course.
it for the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, of
At some
course.
point, we'll decide that's too old and if they really want
Right.
it.
I think the library only keeps 5 years.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay.
If people want this stuff, you obviously have records going
Yeah.
somewhere far back.
Exactly.
You really want to consider donations from the 1890s? Fine, whatever. We'll look into that.
Okay.
But I had too much time.
So, Ms. Osprey, would you call item number?
I'm sorry, you need a motion?
Oh, right, I'm sorry. We did have, didn't we have a motion already?
I made a motion to accept the Complaint Committee's recommendation.
We already had a motion, didn't we?
We have
We need to take a vote. Okay, Ms. Osprey, would you call the roll?
So it's on a motion to support the violation. Member Romo?
Aye.
Romo, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Vote passes. And just to make note that Member Wolf, Fisher, and Chopra are absent on the vote.
Referral?
Pardon me?
Found a violation, so what do you want to do? No referral?
I don't see the need for a referral at this time.
We'll talk about it another time, but for the moment, on this one, I think
No,
we're good.
no.
Yeah. Thanks.
So sometimes this process can avoid, going to a committee if things happen in the interim. Okay, Ms. Osprey, would you now call the next item on the agenda?
Yes, item number 9, file 15138, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725A by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely or complete manner. The Compliance Amendments Committee recommended to find a violation of 67.25A occurred, and the response was late. The response to the IDR was late. Just want to make note of that.
All right, so we're being asked if we would like to accept the recommendation that there was a violation of 67.25A. We thought this was pretty straightforward.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Is there any public comment?
Hi. I would really love.
This is.
Thank you.
She can speak
thank you.
to this.
Just very quickly, I would really love this body's support. I think the issue here is that, we established a records request email at the request of this body, and those go directly to me. But when Mr. Boo emails a multitude of staff, there's some lag time. So if it's an immediate disclosure request and our CFO, who gets probably a couple hundred emails a day and is dealing with budgets and, it's not addressed in a timely fashion, and then it's forwarded to me, and then so there's just a lag time when it's not going directly to the appropriate person, and Mr. Boo's aware of who that appropriate person is and how I can be reached. So I know she's not required to do that, but I would love this group support and just helping her sort of streamline her requests. And then also I know Member Pilpul is aware that the Arts Commission hopes to be piloting Next Request, which is a online platform specifically for public records requests that if you're interested, you can go. The City of Oakland uses it, which basically intakes all requests through there and then publishes all responses so that they're publicly accessible. So we hope to be doing that. But again, it would be very helpful to us if, she just addressed the appropriate party. Thanks.
There's some issues with that, but we're talking about it.
No, there's a later case where that came up and we did not find a violation, so.
Actually, I sent duplicate requests to their generic website and to Kate Patterson, and what came back was that Kate Patterson was on vacation. She was not available. So there was that. It was a late request, which is the heart of the violation, but the request is all documents, schedules, locations, something, a copy of a report, and this is the most difficult and disconcerting. Request an explanation as to why Ms. Ventre stopped the clock and removed it from public view during a September 9, 2015 street artists meeting. And I was there. Once again, Patterson wasn't. There was what appeared to be a mini iPad on the table. It was not clicking off time.
This is a different matter that you're speaking to.
No, this is the heart of the IDR. Yeah, I know you found the violation.
We did. We found the violation.
That's what we're talking about.
Just let it go. Okay.
Thank you.
And if we adopt this, I see a couple of typos here, so I'll take a look at the final order, because we'll have to issue orders on these.
All right.
Unless there's anybody further.
So at this time, Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
The motion to accept the Compliance Amendments Committee violation. Member Remote?
Aye.
Remote, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpul?
Aye.
Pilpul, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Kinsey?
Aye.
Kinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
The motion passes. And Wolf, Chopra, and Fisher absent on the.
No referral?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Osbury, would you call item number 10?
Item number 10, file 15118, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Commissioner Dorka Keenan, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, and Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6715 for abridging public comment and failure to announce agenda changes to at the beginning of the meeting, or as soon thereafter of the change becomes known by the presiding officer at the Visual Arts Committee meeting of March 18, 2015. Compliance found there were no violations of the Administrative Code, and the committee did not believe that a violation occurred. Agenda changes were made at the beginning of the meeting, and equal and adequate time was provided. However, the committee suggested that the public be allocated up to 3 minutes unless there are unusual circumstances.
Motion to accept.
Second.
This time, is there any public comment on the motion?
If I can comment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. 6715C of the Sunshine Ordinance talks about public comment up to 3 minutes. It suggests that if it would, well, also in the Good Government Guide, it suggests that if at the beginning of the meeting, if it's going to be less than 2 minutes or 3 minutes because it's a heavy agenda or whatever, that it's a good form to announce it beforehand. That did not take place. The Arts Commission always gives 3 minutes. They might have some various forms of it, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, a timer might go off, and then you get another 30 seconds, that kind of thing, but that didn't happen in this instance. There was no clock in the room. She just said, your time's up, and it turned out to be 2 minutes. So I think that it's bad form. Just the week before, an advisory letter went out to all the commissioners for the exact same thing in a different meeting. So that was Dorka Keene, a commissioner. And then as far as taking items out of order, it was not announced at the beginning of the meeting that items would be taken out of order. She did that on July 15th.
Through the chair, I have a question for Ms. Trabue.
Vice Chair Hyland?
Was it announced that public comment would be 2 minutes?
No, there was no announcement.
So it was just public comment, and then you were verbally told without the aid of a clock that public
No
comment is
timer,
closed?
nothing.
That's interesting.
She was given the same or more time than the speaker before her in general public comment. We verified that. We heard the tape.
Okay. I'm good with that then. Thank you.
It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough.
Right, and we did suggest that the ordinance does say up to 3 minutes, and we advocate that very thing unless there's
I guess the problem I'm having
exigent
is,
circumstances.
through the chair, the problem I'm having is, were they told, what the amount of time would be before they talk, any of them?
It appears that they weren't in this case, but our sense at the committee was it wasn't perfect, but it was sort of good enough under the circumstances. She had an opportunity to speak. She spoke her piece on that issue. She wasn't cut off.
Okay. My motion still stands then.
Yeah.
Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Osprey, would you call the roll, please?
Member Romalt?
Aye.
Romalt, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member, Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Highland? Highland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Chair Washburn, aye. The motion passes with Wolf, Chopra, and Fisher being absent. No referral?
No.
There was no violation.
No violation.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
So would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 11, file 15137, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Section 6715C and D and 6716 for failure to uniformly apply time limits for public comment and failure to provide a brief summary of each person's statement during public comment. Compliance and amendments found there were no violations of the administrative code, and the administrator has determined the public comment time and audio signals were provided to indicate when a person's time expired. All speakers were allowed up to 3 minutes, with one person speaking over the time limit without permission.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Any public comment on this one?
So this would be a September 9, 2015 street artist meeting. The issues that when I looked at it again today, I want to explain were somewhat different. First off, I never filed a speaker card, and I never identified myself, yet they have me under 2 different names. Once again, a name that I haven't used in several years. I don't know why. Then they interchanged the names. I don't know why. And then I did constantly talk about the clock not ticking off time. And then there was the issue of the Clark brothers. They presented a petition, but didn't present it to the public, and it wasn't on the table or supporting documents. So when I asked to see it, it was grabbed out of my hands by Robert Clark. So that could be a violation of 67.9C or 6715E. Just once again, it's bad form. I don't go to those meetings anymore because it seems to be a mishmash of nonsense. Then there was the fact that this same commissioner said she was going to take items 4 and 5 together, but she allowed public comment for both of them. That was confusing meetings. And then when you look at how they were approved, they always are written as minutes without even going to the full commission for approval.
Excuse me, your
Point
time
of order.
is...
Thank you.
That's it.
Member Pilpel.
Just to clarify with Ms. Patterson, so now you've got a timer, there are announcements made at the beginning. The expectations for the public about their opportunity to give public comment are much better and clearer.
Well, yeah, we absolutely have a timer. It's very prominent. It's loud. And
Okay.
yes.
And when the chair is allowing less than 3 minutes, they announce that at the beginning of the item?
I was at a street artist committee recently, and I believe, yes, it was announced that
Okay.
2 minutes, 3 minutes, it was announced. Yeah, the
Okay.
time limit. And it
So-
is at the full commission. I mean, I don't go
Same.
to all the committee meetings,
fine.
so I can't vouch for it. I mean,
Okay, but that's the practice
they
going forward.
know they're supposed to.
Okay, so it's getting better. Yay. Good.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll, please?
I'm sorry, I did the second. It was Highland, and who made the second?
That would be me.
Okay, thank you. Member Remote?
Aye.
Remote, aye. Member Elton?
Aye.
Elton, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Would you call item number...
12. Item number...
12.
12. File 15-151, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Kate Patterson and Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6714C for failure to make audio or video recordings available in digital form at a centralized location on the city's website within 72 hours of the date of the meeting or hearing. The Compliance Amendments Committee found there were no violations. The committee agreed that no violations occurred at the audio, as the audio recording requirement only applies to meetings held in a city hall hearing room equipped with recording equipment.
Do I hear a motion?
What are we doing with this?
The recommendation is that there's no violation.
Motion to find no right.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment?
Well, I'd be asking for a little consistency here because last year and into the year before, there were a number of executive committee minutes and audio that did not post for probably 2.5 years, and those meetings did not take place in City Hall. You heard those complaints, and you issued violations against them. This is a situation where I believe Sharon Page Ritchie, the commission secretary, went on vacation the following day after this meeting, and she returned maybe 2 weeks later, and then they went up. And it was only because I filed a formal complaint because I asked the question, when are you going to put these audio up? And I didn't get a response. So I still feel to this day, if I had not filed this complaint, that the audio would not have come up. It's a minor technicality where David Pilpel, and he wants to use Kay Patterson as a little puppet. That's fine, but she's already conceded that it was a violation in her response. And what that proves is that Kay Patterson doesn't know the Sunshine Ordinance.
Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll on this? Ms. Member Pilpel?
Yes, I'm just seeing how far the things. So, Ms. Patterson, the meetings that are in City Hall, you do post the audio within 72 hours? That's all happening?
We generally post the audio for all of the committee meetings,
Okay.
including
So City
the one
Hall
in
is
City
subject
Hall.
to the thing, but even for the ones that are
Yes.
elsewhere, and you've made arrangements now for backup people if Ms. Page Ritchie,
Yes,
et
I
cetera,
mean,
et
this
cetera.
is an anomaly. I mean, we're very good generally at posting.
Thank you.
Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll, please?
Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
The motion passes with Wolf Chopra and Fisher being absent.
Would you call item number 13?
Item number 13, 15121, complaint filed by Antrabo against Barbara Schuyler of the Arts Commission for allegedly violating 67.33 by failing to submit annual affidavit or declaration stating that they have read Sunshine Ordinance and have attended or will attend a training session on the Sunshine Ordinance. Compliance amendments found there were no violations, and the committee agreed that no violation occurred as the Sunshine Declaration is administered by the Ethics Commission and not the Arts Commission. Any complaints regarding failure of commissioners to submit declarations are under the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission.
Do I hear a motion to accept the recommendation from the complaint committee that there was no violation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, so I requested the information for years 2009 to 2015 to the Arts Commission, no one else. And what came back were a couple having to do with 2012 and 2013. So what is missing is 4/1, 2011 Sunshine Annual, 12/31, 2011 Certificate of Training, 12/31, 2012 the same, 12/31, 10 Sunshine Annual, and 10/20, 2009 of the same. Because I requested these from the Arts Commission and they did not have them on file, that is a problem. I also looked at Robert's Rules of Orders, and under the legislative section 2.19, it talks about candidates for commission mayoral appointments having to file these things, and it's the responsibility of the department to maintain the files. I actually went to talk to Ms. Patterson of the Ethics Commission yesterday morning, and I asked her at length, whose responsibility is this to maintain these files? And she said, you requested them from the Arts Commission. It's their responsibility to give over and maintain the files.
Member Pilpel.
Yeah, it's actually more of an internal housekeeping issue. In the future, where we've got, to Victor and Andrea, when we've got committee recommendations, can we put those on the top of the stack and change the order here? Because I'm looking for them and they're like buried. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
So, Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll on this matter?
Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn.
Aye.
The motion passes with Wolf, Chopra, and Fisher being absent.
Ms. Osbury, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, item number 14, 15140, complaint filed by Antrabo against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Section 6716 by failing to make meeting minutes available for inspection upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting. Compliance with amendments found there were no violations. The Arts Commission did post their minutes in a timely manner. 6:30 p.m. is still within a reasonable business day. In addition, Mr. Bowe did not request a copy of the minutes. The committee suggested that the Arts Commission try to post the minutes online earlier to allow for delays in uploading or technical problems.
Do I hear a motion?
Through the chair, I'm just wondering if it would be appropriate to just looking. Never mind. Take it back.
Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee?
Second.
Okay. Member Pilpel?
I mean, I'll support the recommendation. I was not there for this item. I'm not sure that going forward that I would think that 6:30 is still part of the business day, but it's like the end of the period. It's close enough. I mean, it would be better to do it earlier in the day. I just
That's
don't.
what we concluded.
Right.
It was
but-
close enough. They ought to
Right.
do a little
I
bit
just
better.
don't want to say going forward that if we find that this was within the business day, that anybody else can respond to an IDR at 6:30 and consider that legit. So I just don't want this to be considered a precedent for anything. I think it's good enough for no violation, but
No.
it's not the best practice. That's all.
We totally agreed with that.
Yeah.
But we didn't think this warranted a violation.
It's not that good.
We're not perfect here in this building or anywhere, for that matter. Is there any public comment on this motion?
The Arts Commission would have you believe that this is a unique occurrence. It's not unique at all. Most all their meetings post at the absolute last second. It's actually pretty commonplace that the 10th day, 6:30, 7, 8, sometime midnight, the minutes post. It's very common. So I just want to go on public record saying that it's not a one-time occurrence. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Asbury, would you call the roll on this one, please?
Yes. Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
The motion passes. Item number 15, file 15113, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Rebecca Krell, the Arts Commission, for allegedly violating sections 6725 and 27 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Compliance and amendments found there were no violations. The Arts Commission complied with the request in a timely manner with all relevant documents.
Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee?
So moved.
Ms. Trabeau, do you have any comments about this?
This is another late response. On July 28th, I sent a request. August 25th is when I got the response. September 2nd, I called Patterson just to follow up, and immediately she slammed down the phone. And then this is a thing she does very often. She'll send the same documents over and over and over again. It drives you batty trying to keep track of what exactly she's sending and why she's doing this. So it was a late response.
Ms. Asbury, would you call the roll on this matter?
Can you just give me 1 second? Can someone give me the page on the recommendation here? This is another one that's sort of buried. And there's a lot of stuff on this one. 10. Thank you. Just give me 1 second, please. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm good.
Member Rommel?
Aye.
Rommel, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Ms. Asbury, would you call item number
16?
16?
Okay. Item number 16, 15144, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Rebecca Krell of the Arts Commission for violating Section 6725 for failing to respond to a immediate disclosure request in a timely or complete manner. Compliance and amendments found there were no violations. And Trabeau was sent a request to a person on vacation. Auto response was provided, and Ms. Trabeau is aware of the Arts Commission's procedure. Response was provided on Ms. Crow's return.
Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee?
Second.
Okay.
The day before I sent this request, September 24th, I saw Rebecca Krill at I think a full commission meeting. So I talked with her before the meeting started. I asked her a couple questions. She did not say she was going on vacation at all. She said, send me an email and I'll answer it just to remind me. And I said, sure, I'll do that. So the next day, September 25th, I sent the email. I did not get any kind of audio away message from anyone. And an email sent between Arts Commission staff, one to another, is not evidence that it was sent to me or that I received any type of email. I didn't know she was on vacation. They should have sent me a screenshot of maybe Krell's outbox instead of an auto away message between two staff members. So I sent the IDR on September 25th. I got the response on the 19th, so it was a late response.
Members, anything else?
I guess on all of these, the summary recommendation was that it was good enough, basically.
Well,
That she
and
had a
this-
lot of requests and she needs to be more specific.
No, that wasn't it at all. For this one, we found that this individual was on vacation, and there was no way for them to prove that Mr. Bowe didn't get the outgoing message. The evidence they showed was that there was an outgoing message, auto reply saying that she was on vacation.
And here's what you do.
And so Mr. Bowe knows how to request records in the traditional way.
Good enough.
So we did not find a violation for those reasons. So Ms. Osbury, would you call the roll?
So I just want to get, I didn't get the motion, who made the motion, a second on it?
Member Haynes, seconded by Member Hinsey.
Sorry, there are two.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a wonderful team, law firm.
Great,
You should go
thank
there.
you. Member Rummold?
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Mr. Osbury, would you call item number 17?
Item number 17, file 15147, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Kate Patterson of the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Section 6725 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and/or complete manner. Compliance and amendments found there were no violations. Arts Commission provided the documents in a timely manner, and we sent them upon request. Complainant stated that she could not open the file and would not pick up the copies physically.
Do I hear a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee?
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Oh, okay. Different law firm. All right. Ms. Trabeau?
So there's no communication between me and the Arts Commission, the clerks and the Arts Commission. I think you hear that over a period of time. So it's not like we call and we can ask questions, or we just simply ask for information to please be sent to us. It doesn't work that way. In fact, if I call and the phone slammed down on me, I don't call back. And that's true of all the staff members there. So the only recourse we have is to file either a document request or an IDR. So that this was sent on October 13th. the response was late. I was not able to open the PDF attachment, so I asked by email 4 separate times, can you either please resend it or send it in a different way? And you get these very hurried responses, which she'll send 5 and 10 times. Well, you can pick it up at the guard's desk. Guard's desk where? What's she talking about now? Or go to the head of security and pick it up there, and plus you have to pay for it. And it leaves you hanging, saying to yourself, what is going on here? So I think it was through Victor that he was able to contact them, and eventually I did get the PDF attachment. But it's a very complex, convoluted way that does not have to happen at all.
Ms. Osprey, would you call the roll on this one?
Yes. Member Remote?
Aye.
Remote, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. And Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Ms. Osprey, would you call the?
Yes, file number 18, file 15150. Complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Rebecca Krell of the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely or complete manner. The Compliance Amendments Committee found there were no violations, and an auto response was provided to Mr. Bowe, and she's aware of these procedures, and response was provided upon Ms. Krell's return.
Do I hear a motion to accept the complaint
moved.
committees? Is there a
Second.
Mr.
Okay,
Bowe?
so I went into the War Memorial Building. There was a meeting on October 19th. I was standing in front of the door, was a lot of yelling and screaming. One staff member, I don't recall her name, was screaming, call 911, yada, yada. So I didn't say anything. I went into the meeting. And when I came out, there was sheriff's deputies, there were police there, and she was still screaming. So Bill Graham, the head of security of the War Memorial Building, was called over, and I introduced myself, and we talked to the side a bit. He said, what's going on? I said, I really have no idea. I'm here to attend a meeting. Do they have any paperwork, anything that, or any reason what this confusion is? And he said there was absolutely none. So he was able to get the phone number of Rebecca Krill. There was no response, so I sent an IDR asking for an explanation of what this screaming in the hallway was about. And I didn't get a response to the IDR, and that was it.
Members, any questions? Okay. Ms. Osprey, would you?
On the call of the roll, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes with members Wolf, Copra, and Fisher being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 19, file number 15154, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Rebecca Krell and the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and or complete manner. The Compliance Amendments Committee recommends that the task force find that there was no violation. The Arts Commission responded to the IDR in a timely manner. However, the complainant was not satisfied with the answer, was not satisfied with the response provided. Yes. No, we did not. We just called it.
Do I hear a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bowe?
Once again, I sent an IDR. I didn't get a response. So it's a violation of the ordinance.
On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rumwood, aye. Member Eldon?
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes?
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hinsey?
Oh, aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. The motion passes with Member Wolf, Copra, and Fisher being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 20, file number 15155, complaint filed by Andrew Boy against Kay Patterson and Arts Commission for alleged violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in timely and/or complete manner. The complainant and amendments committee found that there was no violation. The Arts Commission provided a response to the IDR on the same day. The complainant stated that they were the incorrect documents, and the Arts Commission sent additional related documents on the same day.
Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the recommendations of the complaint committee.
Second.
Comment?
Ms. Trudeau? Oh, Member Pilpel, do you have
After we-
Okay, Ms. Trudeau.
Okay, once again, a PDF attachment comes, I review it, I look to the documents that I requested and the PDF attachment that I received, and they don't jive. So once again, I called, she slams down the phone, so I send a follow-up email saying, I'm sorry, could you please send me the documents that I requested? Once again, bad form.
There are no
Member Pilpel?
Just two quick things. I think I was actually at the Street Artists Committee where they discussed this study, and I believe there were handouts there with either the presentation or the study itself, and it was on the website. So this stuff was pretty readily available.
No,
And
it wasn't. There were two studies.
I'm sorry, there wasn't
I'm
a question.
sorry.
You can sit. It's fine.
No, I don't have to sit.
Okay.
I don't have to.
Cut off the mic.
Actually, I'm very thankful to have nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Keep talking.
Thank you. And on both this item, again, this is to Victor and Andrea, on both this item and the last item, those are examples of where the back and forth communication is helpful, the underlying documents not so much. So that's where it could be an asterisk, more than 25 pages. It's available if anyone wants the report. Did anyone here really need to see the underlying? Yeah.
No.
It's the back
The
and
only reason we put it in because it shows a copy of what was provided to demonstrate that the actual report was provided.
Or maybe if you want to do that, just include the first page of it and say the entire report was provided, 47 pages or something. Just some way to condense the size of the packet, that's all.
I will try to draft something regarding this matter and place it into the complaint procedures, as we do need instructions as to when we are allowed to redact in certain situations. But we will talk about it.
All right.
Okay.
But thank you for being you, whatever. Ignore me.
On that motion, Member Rummel. Aye. Rummel, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes with members Wolf, Copra, and Fisher being absent. Next on the agenda, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Orange Task Force January 6, 2016 meeting.
I'll move to approve with edits.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have some edits as well. Thank you. Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, without objection?
The motion to pass the minutes as amended passes without objection, with members Wolf, Copra, and Fisher being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 22, Administrator's Report. Submitted complaints and communications. Regarding the Administrator's Report, the hearing schedule is listed as item number 2. At this time, I have not scheduled any complaint committee recommendations. I have been scheduling additional complaint hearings before the other two committees, as we don't have enough complaints for the complaint committee at this time.
Okay, that's good news.
There is one communications from Leanne Pellin regarding her introduction. She was unable to make today's meeting, but she has requested that we schedule her for the beginning of the next meeting on March the 2nd, I believe. I have a list of complaints submitted over the last month. There was 6 submitted.
Question?
Yes.
On complaint submitted, it's not actually a complaint, that item 16006. Can you explain that for a quick
I can change the title of
second?
complaint submitted to something else.
A what? Sorry?
I will change the title of that item.
Okay, but what is
Complaints
that?
submitted and hearings.
Okay, but again, what is that?
Chair Washburn requested that a hearing
about
file be created and scheduled before the committee and the next task force meeting regarding the subject matter.
And then we'll figure out what and how and blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
That's okay.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
Item number 6 on the report is a listing of the total complaints on file. We're up to approximately 34, but we did manage to close quite a few files tonight. So we were probably down below the 20 range. And the rest of the report is pretty self-evident regarding the pending task before the committee or the task force.
2 other quick things.
This is on the administrator's report?
Yeah. For compliance and amendments, are we good for that for the 16th? What's the current composition?
The agenda has been finalized.
No, the committee composition.
The membership is, the chair is Eldon, and the 2 members are Chair Washburn and Member Haynes. And that is for the 16th.
The 16th, right.
Got it, okay. Happening?
Formidable group we are.
I'll be relying on you guys for your historical knowledge.
And there's
I'll see what I can do.
I don't know if I can join you for that. And the item under 8 for pending issues, the request for funding, I was supposed to draft a memo or a letter, and I did not do that, so I will try to do that.
Could you make that a priority?
Yes, for
Thank
next
you.
month. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Because we need to get something out on that.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay. Public comment?
Is there any public comment? Nope.
There being no comment, there's no action on this matter. Item number 23, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Although I mentioned the budget thing, did we do anything yet about Member Chopra? Were we going to do a letter to New California Media, New
There
American
is
Media?
some discussion regarding Member Chopra, possibly SBJ taking over that appointment for now, because New American Media is really kind of struggling to provide nominees. So I think that was going to go before the Board of Directors of SPJ shortly. I'll know more tomorrow. But
At some point, should we authorize a formal letter to Sandy asking what's happening? I mean, we should probably have something in the record if you're recommending changing the appointment.
well, first of all, we have to see if that can happen.
Right. I mean, it's in the ordinance.
Right.
That is in the ordinance,
So I don't
right,
think
yeah.
SPJ can vote.
Well, I think it's going to be, it'll be, New American Media is going to, SPJ will find someone, and New America, yes, it's going to be that sort of deal, yeah.
Okay.
Through the chair, isn't that term up in April anyway?
No, that one isn't, but Member Coper has been sitting as a holdover, such as it is, since last year.
His term has expired. He is sitting as a holdover at this time.
Right, okay. Yes.
This is the time for general discussion.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Right.
So I saw the topic of sort of how to ease the transparency and the nature of what we're doing and like just make it more automated. It sort of came up tonight with the discussion of Next Request, which Oakland is using, where everything that gets sunshined goes out into public in sort of a organized format. And I've been thinking about some of our past discussions where, we, sort of hits on it every time in some forum where, essentially a lot of these agencies just don't have a process to automatically make the information that could be public. And rather than like crafting, creating another committee or crafting a bunch of new rules or whatever, I've been trying to think of like something that would just be much more direct. And one idea, and I'm not asking anyone to act on this now, is to every time we have a complaint that comes up here, we basically ask the city agency what their plan is in the future for making the type of information that's being requested of them available to the public in a more automated way, such as publishing it all to their website. There seems, a lot of the people who come before us like have their own ideas for why they want the information, but one of the common complaints is like, why don't they just put this stuff out there anyway? And there are many different reasons, many of which are good. I'm just wondering if there's like, a sentence we could add when we're addressing every complaint that simply asks the agency to tell us what their plan is for making more information public in an automated way that's being requested of them. So for example, we were talking the state controller's office, it was like, why isn't this whole index out there anyway? Why isn't that more obvious anyway? I don't know what the next step here is, but one idea is to like try to come up with a sentence that we can just sort of insert into every discussion that asks the agencies to come with that information. So, putting this out there now.
So when they come to us to a hearing, they'll be prepared to
explain
speak
what
to
their
that.
long-term plan is rather than acting like each complaint is this total one-off thing that's going to go away.
DCA 3?
Through the chair, perhaps one appropriate way to address the topic that Member Eldon is bringing up is that you're considering amendments to the ordinance.
Yes.
This might be a way to streamline many things, and perhaps it's one of those rare issues which would gain support both from advocates and departments.
So it could be an expansion of the records keeping, 67.29.
Well, as Member Eldon suggests, there are, and I believe Ms. Patterson was mentioning one example, there are now automated systems that will, once a request has been made and responded to, will keep those responses up for anyone to access, so that the request doesn't have to be made many times by many people.
Right. I think next request specifically sounds really interesting, but what I'm going for is even broader, where it's like not just saying, in that case, it'd be like somebody could request a sort of like carefully delineated range of data from a city agency or whatever. I'm more thinking of a type of request that would encourage them or ask them what their plan is for publishing all of that data category, right? Not just the narrow range that was requested.
Member Pilpel?
There are a couple of different streams here. Next request is a specific system. I've seen a demo of it. It's got some pros and cons.
Sure.
I have some issues with whether or not to publish everybody's request because, but it's arguable. I get that. I do think, though, that where a department gets a request for a pretty standard report, and it's not something that they've already published to their website, but they get one request, they get 5 requests, they know it's of general public interest. The ordinance sort of speaks to that, but we don't really have much of an enforcement tool on that. We should say, can you put... We shouldn't have to say. The point is they should say, we got the request, we did it, and they should periodically tell us, these special reports that we put out, we put on the website. We knew people would want them. We get it. It's like you look at the Board of Supervisors website, there's what's new and hot stuff that they anticipate people wanted to know about the Warriors, the election schedule, notice of public appointments, blah, blah, blah. Each department should do that, and maybe that's a thing that we can take up in the meantime, Chris, at EOT, because we've been trying to provide some more regular advice to departments on how to be more consistent. Some are better than others, and I think it really is, and maybe Member Eldon, you're getting to this, it really is the role of the task force to give advice to departments. Say, this is how we think you should sort of run the world. Consistent with the ordinance, but good practices. Get it out there. Don't wait for someone to ask for a complaint.
I would try to sell it to them as like, if you guys put this out
It'll
there,
save them time.
Yeah, you won't
Absolutely.
have
And if you have
specific activists going after you for those records.
And if you have an index of records so people know what you have, I would like to see some consistency across the websites, a particular place that's sort of, in the upper right-hand corner for public records requests.
Maybe like a sunshine
a logo or
icon.
something.
Yeah, click on that and you can see how they're sunshining everything.
Sunshine logo.
And there's been some discussion at COIT about standardization of websites and all of that. DT is sort of into that. I mean, again, departments, as we know in city, departments have their own culture and their own practice, and so they do things the way they do things. We should try to promote more consistency across the board. So I'm with you.
Cool. I don't know what the next steps would be to try to craft that. All I really imagined is like sort of a standard question that we hit everyone with when they come up here. But I don't really know about crafting enforcement besides like just nagging them regularly about it.
Through the chair, we could open a file with that, and just that way it's recorded. We don't lose it.
Sure. So this file would be about.
Or it could be added to the other charter changes.
Well, yeah. I mean, on the agenda for the 16th will be a draft of the amended ordinance. So, and it's going to be circulated before long,
Okay.
and then it's in the works.
Okay.
So it's time to take a look at that.
Women Voters Project?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any inquiry into that? Will I be receiving a draft?
We're planning to have a draft probably by the 10th, so it'll be in the packet and it'll be heard. These will be informational hearings, and then there'll be another one before the full task force, just for starters, and then
we'll see where it goes.
So yeah, it'll be. We need all of the lawyers. I'm going to hit up Mark Rummold right now to be taking a look at it, and. Everybody. So we really need, tech experts and to be specific, but I don't know, maybe guidelines in the ordinance and then procedures that are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually like a technologist in the sense that I'm not like a software engineer or anything, but I do know that the city government has like some really interesting initiatives around like the chief data officer, the chief, all of those people, and they've done, like, San Francisco is in one of the top 2 or 3, depending on how you count it, cities in terms of like transparency overall, based on, I think, Code for America. Somebody did that
really?
study.
Or was a Pew report? There was somebody.
I forget what the exact data source was, but it's like on a lot of these things we're actually measuring up pretty well, and a lot of that has to do with like having this one central site where everything just gets pushed to it, and like the city is making a concerted effort to organize our agencies. I mean, it seems like us trying to fit into that plan would be good, and so it's like, we get the chief data officer and people like that sort of knowing how to process sunshine requests and information like that and published onto that site. That's one idea.
We could.
It's all the same sort of thing ultimately.
Yeah.
There's COIT also has this public experience project where they want to look at how people interact with government and what transactions can happen on the web and blah blah blah. There's kind of a there's some overlap in their efforts and ours, and we might want to invite them to explain what that is and have Joy come and talk about her role as the chief data officer and maybe, what's his name? Jay Nath on the chief innovation officer, all of that. I see some of that as data-driven, and I see a lot of what we do as sort of meetings and reports, and some of that isn't as data-friendly.
Yeah, I mean,
It's easier stuff that we deal with.
Yeah, the city is trying to put more of the report type information into the system as well, from what I understand, even though that's true. So
anyway, it's a further hearing and discussion.
So I guess we can talk about that on the 16th? Or before?
Yes, that would be a part of it, but
Okay.
I mean, we're just getting going, and I think we should have a file on, I don't know what to call it, like technology fixes to sunshine problems, I don't know.
Automated sunshine.
Automated sunshine, yeah.
Good luck.
I don't know, a song from hair just went through my head.
Not even that late.
Most of you are too young to know about that. But
I was thinking Kermit the Frog, but you know, of course.
Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
The meeting is adjourned at 8:55.